I'd like to call today's meeting to order. We've had just a little bit of fun this morning. On the way here and had a tire pressure warning light on my car, so very blessed. Took it to the dealership and they gave me a loaner. So it's been an interesting 24-hour period, believe me. Let us then open the meeting. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Take just a Mr. Dunklow, do we have a quorum? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Just a couple of, again, just remarks here. You know, as you know, the meetings are recorded and that you can view our meetings on the live stream, State Board website, or through our web stream host, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. If you're registered to give comments virtually, we're using the Zoom platform. If for some reason the virtual component doesn't work, we ask you to just come back in audio. And the meetings, video, and the agenda and all of those material will be posted online. Want to recognize our new board member, Dr. Joshua Michael. First board meeting. We're extremely happy to have him join us today. We also want to, again, just take this opportunity to thank Dr. Green for her service. And again, we look forward to working with you. So you come at an interesting time, just sort of an interesting way we're getting started today. We're really excited about having the public here today. Just want to announce that starting next month, we're going to update our process for public comment. We'll be using a Microsoft Teams application similar to what I understand some of the other local boards are using, so it should be a little bit easier for you to sign up and a whole lot easier for us to manage on our end. And if you have any questions, if you would just talk to Mr. Hands or Ms. Necessary. Want to also recognize we have a couple of guests, I believe. We have Superintendent Pepakaye from Talbot County. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And did I see Superintendent Williams? How are you doing, sir? Good, good. Welcome, welcome.
And Board President Marsha Herbert from Carroll County.
And we also have Board President Marsha Herbert. Good to see you. We'll be with you later this week as well. Looking forward to that. Beg pardon? Yes, I sure hope so too. I sure hope so too. Okay, again, we're getting ready now to move into one of our favorite parts of the agenda, which will be the public comment period. We'll bring you up in order of when you registered. We'll start with our virtual guests first, and then we'll come to the guests in the room. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Staff will monitor that. When your time expires, we ask you to complete the sentence, but not to make any additional comments. Please address your comments to the entire board and not to an individual board member. Board members will not respond to your comments, but believe me, we take your comments under advisement. If you have any written material, anything of that nature, please give that to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that a copy of the material is made available to the entire board. So virtually, we'll start with Mr. Jack McCone. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. Can you hear me?
Can you, it's a little low, if you can just speak up just a bit. We're checking on our end as well.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Jack McCone, and I am here to discuss a concern with classroom culture. I recently shadowed my middle schooler and was stunned by what I observed. These are my observations. Chromebooks have taken the place of teachers. Rather than teach, the teachers have become proctors. I did not observe a single instance with a teacher directly educating a student, and I highly doubt this is an isolated problem. In one classroom, there were not enough desks for students, resulting in children laying on the floor for the entire period with the lights off. In any given period, an average only 5% of the students were on task. I observed students using the Chromebooks to access non-educational video games and instead of completing their coursework. Some teachers performed checks to see if the students were on task, but the students would simply switch tabs before the teacher could get to their screens. Students had cell phones out during the class and were using them to watch TV shows and playing games. Between classes, students of all colors could be heard using racial slurs, cursing, and taking inappropriate selfies with their friends. While at lunch, students were playing games on Nintendo Switches and various other handheld gaming systems. During a test, a student put his Chromebook on his lap despite the teacher's clear instructions to put it on the desk. The teacher attempted to correct the student, but he argued as if the teacher were his peer. The teacher resorted to bribery and ultimately gave up to the snickers and laughter of other classmates. I bring this to your attention because this environment is not conducive to learning, nor will it produce responsible citizens. I urge you to reduce the reliance on Chromebooks and regain the respect of the children. If you can't truly lock down a device, you shouldn't put it in the hands of a child without constant supervision. Further, our educators cannot present themselves as peers and expect students to respect rules. A basic understanding of the rules and expectations must be maintained, and to do so, the state and local school boards must empower the educators to take appropriate actions in running their classrooms. Why is it acceptable for a child to verbally abuse a teacher and suffer no real consequences? It is no wonder that our state has so many vacant teaching positions. It's not just a pay problem. Teachers are afraid of the children, as you have taken away their positional power and removed corrective tools. I am certainly not the first to bring up these concerns. I have to ask myself this question: what is the cause of the state's inaction? Is it laziness, incompetence, conflicting financial interests, misled ideologies, or worse yet, not caring about the success of our children? Take action, support teachers instead of Chromebooks, establish standards, enforce standards, administer consequences that work. In closing, I would like to point out that these class observations were made with a parent in the classroom. The additional adult figure in the room had no impact on the behavior of the students. They knew I could see what they were doing and continued to behave in an inappropriate manner. Perhaps the observation I made are a contributing factor to the record number of students leaving the school system and turning to homeschooling. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to allow Ms. Cheryl Bose.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry I couldn't be there with you this morning, President Crawford and members of the board. My name is Cheryl Bose. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators across Maryland. Welcome, Dr. Michael, to the board. I look forward to meeting with you. We're excited after the legislative session that the Maryland Educator Shortage Reduction Act passed, and we're sure that Governor Moore, who put the legislation forward, will sign it into law. It is a step in the right direction as we try to fill the pipeline of educators. But May 8th begins Teacher Appreciation Week, a time to celebrate the dedicated teachers and to say thank you for what they're doing. As surveys have shown, they feel underpaid, overworked, and feeling very disrespected in a lot of areas. We must work to turn the tide, to retain the teachers that we have in the classrooms today. As previous data shared and showed, most of what impacts whether a teacher stays or not is locally controlled. It's what's happening in their actual school, in their work site, and their local board of education, and the rules and policies and actual support that they receive. So I'm asking our local superintendents and directors and everybody at our local to reach out and make sure we're supporting our teachers and educators. And we must support our support staff. We have our educators' Bill of Rights that talks about wages, advancements, and protections. I'm asking local superintendents to use some of their blueprint money to make sure that our pre-K paraeducators and teacher assistants get help to reach the new qualifications for a CDA and AA that is required within the blueprint by 2027-28. I want to thank Superintendent Chaudhary and Mr. Dayoff for the work that they're doing to make sure that the ESP bonuses that were approved by the state legislature are getting out to our employees. This is a small thank you, but needed from our education support professionals. And I also want to thank our administrators, our building principals, assistant principals, everyone who is working hard during very trying times. We're hoping for a normal year. I'm not sure what that looks like anymore. And I know our educators don't, but we still need support, resources, time, and pay. I hope the Board of Education, whether it's a proclamation or just an email that says thank you, I hope during a Teacher Appreciation Week, you share your thanks to our teachers and the hard work that they're doing each and every day in our schools across Maryland. I want to reach out and say thank you to Rachel McCusker, the teacher on the board, for being the voice of educators, and wish her a happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. This time we'd like to have Ms. Sharon Saroff. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. We sure can.
Okay. I looked at today's agenda and noticed that you have a study concerning how not to identify, or I should say, over-identify students with special education needs. I did not missay not identify, because that's exactly what a study for over-identification is going to do. What we really need to look at is how to make sure students needing services get what they need to be successful. Currently, I have seen abuses of ways to prevent students from getting needed services. We refuse to test those who have grades of B's and A's, not knowing what these students need to do and to sacrifice to get these grades. We abuse items like graduation credits and loaded 504s to not give students services. On the state level, districts are given a year or more to provide compensatory services or remedy violations, or worse. Mediations and state complaints have no teeth. Parents continue to be the ones expected to provide the proof that their students are not getting the services necessary. Districts are finding ways to send parents to litigation they cannot afford. I want to know where the accountability is, because on the state level, there doesn't seem to be, and there certainly isn't on the county level. This needs to be addressed.
Wow. Okay. Ms. Saroff, if you have additional comment, if you could just send that to us and to Mr. Hand, and he will make sure that the board members receive it. I'm sorry for...
I definitely will.
Okay. Good to see you. Thank you much. Have a great day. This time we'd like to call up Ms. Marsha Herbert. Welcome. President of the Carroll County Board of Education.
Thank you.
So we'll be up in Carroll County a little bit later this week.
I can't wait, and you're going to see our Jewel, the new
So-
Career and Tech Center.
Sounds
So-
good.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
President Crawford and members of the board and superintendent. I would like to express my appreciation for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today on behalf of the Carroll County Public School System, and I ask for your assistance with Blueprint. We find ourselves in an unprecedented time, and quite frankly, Carroll County, we're struggling. We have done an outstanding job in spite of the fact that we have cut over 300 positions in the last decade. We're a lean machine. Although we are a very lean organization, we are still getting great test results and continue to provide outstanding education for all of our students. The restrictive nature of the Blueprint funding is making it very difficult for us to implement without additional funding. Even if our commissioners raise taxes, they will not be able to raise them at the rate that will allow us to implement Blueprint. I would ask for your assistance as we struggle to implement the Blueprint. We need flexibility in how we spend funds, and we need more time for implementation before portions of our state funding are removed as a penalty. Thank you for listening to our concerns. We would welcome any assistance you can provide, and I will see you all on Thursday.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a great
very
day,
much.
everyone. I appreciate it.
You do the same. Thank you very much. This time we'd like to recognize Ms. Katie Ridgway. Welcome. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, President Crawford, Superintendent Chaudhary, and board members. My name is Katie Ridgway, and I am the Director of Strategic Initiatives and the Blueprint Coordinator for Harford County Public Schools. Thank you for this opportunity. On April 14th, Harford County Executive Bob Casserly released his proposed budget for fiscal year 24. For the first time in our records dating back to 1988, our county executive is providing less money to the school district than the year before. $19 million less, actually. $39 million less than the already pared down HCPS budget request. This is an unprecedented defunding of local public schools in Harford County. One justification that Mr. Casserly has stated for this budget cut is that HCPS has received record state funding. His statements have no deference to the record requirements of the Blueprint for Maryland's future. The state legislators' investment in the Blueprint was not intended to supplant county government's funding responsibilities. The Blueprint is designed to level the playing field for all students, but our county executives' underfunding will create inequities in our region, especially considering our neighboring Baltimore County executive's record investment in his district. This shows that politics can skew equal access to the initiatives required to prepare our students for their futures and to ensure adequately funded, well-rounded schools. The HCPS fiscal year 24 budget expands Blueprint necessary support for special education students, English learners, schools with high concentrations of poverty, college and career readiness, and more. A few big ticket specifics include free dual enrollment and post-CCR pathways, which more than exhaust and exceed the state funding allocation. $2.3 million for our local workforce investment board, and required career ladder salary increases. Our entire salary package is $19 million, which is the amount reduced from last year's budget by our county executive. The Blueprint funding does not include vital, irreplaceable local initiatives, such as safety and security, fine arts programs, middle school innovation, our brand new middle school athletics program, agricultural curriculum pathways, and so much more. I am here because this is not simply a local budget dispute. I am here because it is imperative for state education officials and all state stakeholders to hear Harford County's experience for future support of our district, future legislation, and collaborative advocacy. Through the Blueprint, the state has made a historic, bold, and necessary commitment to investing in each and every student, no matter where they live. But through Harford County's executive budget, this is my last sentence, but through Harford County Executive's budget, 38,000 students are now facing historic reduction in their opportunities, and this should not be acceptable to any of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. And we now come to Miss Olivia Travis. Ms. Travis, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for your time, President Crawford and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Olivia Travis, and I use she, her pronouns. I am currently pursuing my Master's of Social Work at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. In the years prior to being at UMB, I was an early childhood educator. I am here today because I followed the progress of House Bill 119 and Senate Bill 199 regarding the health education framework this past session. I noticed that students' voices were not present in the testimonial dialogue. An integral part of my code of ethics as a future social worker is a commitment to enhancing the capacity of people and communities to, address their own needs. I also seek to promote the responsiveness of organizations and social institutions to individuals and communities' needs. This board hosts a student member each year because it strives to value students' opinions. Currently, Maren Thomas serves in this role, and she aims to, as the voice of students, advocate for better education on menstrual hygiene for all students through health classes. Previously, Noreen Bodwe served as the student member during the 2020 school year and contributed to and reviewed the health education framework that SB 199 and HB 119 were attempting to implement statewide. After being sworn in, Ms. Bodwe shared with the Baltimore Sun that her top priority was getting more students engaged in the process, and then not only trying to represent them the best way she could, but by having them represent their own voice. Menstrual hygiene is a part of the family life and human sexuality component of the health education framework. Ms. Bodwe aimed to eliminate abstinence-only sex education as part of her campaign priorities. Both student nominees for the upcoming 2023-24 State Board of Education, Abisola Ayula and Madison Watts, believe that students should be at the forefront of all decisions and the foundation of the Board of Education policies. Our students are organizing and speaking out. Maybe we, the adults, can do more to amplify the voices of our youth. How do we push their voices to the forefront? How can we learn from and with them? What do the students want? Their voices matter, their ideas matter, their opinions and their bodies matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Again, I want to just thank everyone for taking time out of their schedules to share their comments and perspectives with us. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. We will take your comments under advisement. At this point in time in our agenda, we will now transition to our new business consent agenda items. We have three items. Approval of the meeting minutes, personnel actions, board adjustments from budget adjustments from March 2023. As is our practice, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items will be considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are considered approved. This time we want to turn to our state superintendent, Superintendent Chaudhary. One of our favorite things is the opportunity to recognize excellence in the classroom. So Superintendent, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, you have a blue shirt on today.
Blueprint.
Okay, blueprint. Okay, got it. Got it.
All right. Good morning. So we are here today to, I've had the pleasure of meeting both of these amazing educators, so you get to enjoy in that pleasure as well. You know, these two educators truly reflect, you know, greatness in the ranks of teaching and learning. And, you know, there happens to be a national award that enables that greatness to put a spotlight on it. And the other thing to know is getting a Milken Award is not just here's an award and here's a nice check, see you later. They also have to give back to the profession. And so they're a network of educators who regularly convene and engage with one another and advise on policy, et cetera. And Maryland has a rich culture of Milken Award winners. And so I'm excited to be able to experience two of those a little over a year and a half into my tenure. So hopefully we can just clean house in the awards in the future and going forward. And so today I'm here to recognize with you two educators. We're going to start with Melissa Salked. She is a kindergarten teacher at Pretty Boy Elementary in Baltimore County. Ms. Salked brings innovative practices to her classroom with a strong focus on social emotional learning practices. She has studied conscious discipline, a trauma-informed, evidence-based SEL methodology, and threads its strategies throughout her practice, which is not easy to do. With respect, caring, and genuine love, she strengthens her students' social emotional skills, coaches other teachers on managing behavioral issues, and shares academic and emotional support techniques with parents so they can build their children's strengths at home. She is the 2021 Milken Educator Award winner. Melissa Salked is here with her superintendent, Dr. Daryl Williams, and her principal, Mrs. Nicole Norris, her husband, Tom Salked, and her parents, Debbie and Roy Ragan. So please stand so you guys can all be recognized. Right. And so I'm going to invite... we're gonna start with her, and then I'm gonna invite Dr. Williams to come and say a few words, and then from there we will move on to our second awardee. So why don't you go ahead? Sorry. Yep. We'll start with Dr. Williams, Principal Norris, and then we'll save the best for last to share a few words of wisdom with us today.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to honor one of Baltimore County Public Schools' great educators, Melissa Salked of Pretty Boy Elementary School, which is located in the far northern part of Baltimore County. Thank you, Superintendent Chaudhary, Board President Crawford, Vice President Getty, and the state members of the board for this opportunity to share a few words about what it means to have a teacher like Ms. Salked in our schools. Our recognition today reminds me of the morning last spring when we all crowded into that gymnasium at Pretty Boy Elementary School and surprised Ms. Salked with this award. It was a grand community celebration and certainly well-deserved, but it made me think of the importance of our early childhood education and the importance that foundation as one of our pillars in the blueprint for Maryland's future. I'm reminded that great teaching is timeless. It is an art and a science. Ms. Salked gets to build on and strengthen the foundation that our parents and guardians have taught our younger students. You can see that in her kindergarten class at Pretty Boy. I'm reminded that great teaching can be found in Maryland with over 9,000 teachers in Baltimore County Public Schools. Ms. Salked's dedication and love of her job and her interest in her students and families are some of the reasons for her to be the recipient of the 2021 Milken Educator Award. Finally, I'm reminded that great teaching must be recognized. Last year, Ms. Salked was the only Maryland teacher honored as the Milken Award winner, and we're so proud of her for that achievement. Ms. Salked is truly a role model for our educators and for all of us, and I hope I can say that where she leads, many more are sure to follow. Congratulations again, Ms. Salked. You are an inspiration to us all. Thank you very much.
Sure, I can be heard. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today to celebrate Melissa Salkeld.
You may want to just move over just a bit so we can see you.
I said I hope I can be heard and seen.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is this better?
Yes,
Okay.
much.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here today to celebrate Melissa Salkeld, the 2021 Milken Award recipient for Maryland. Thank you to the Maryland State Board of Education for hosting us today and for recognizing Mrs. Salkeld's achievements. Congratulations also to Dion Jones, the 2022 Milken Award winner. We are truly surrounded by excellence this morning. As the principal of Pretty Boy Elementary, I feel very fortunate to work with extremely talented and dedicated educators, as evidenced by Melissa Salkeld. Mrs. Salkeld intentionally plans a classroom environment in which every student is valued, recognized, cared for, and well known. Mrs. Salkeld's kindergarten students are learning coping skills and strategies, as well as the importance of collaboration and community. Her students often engage in I love you rituals to remind them of the importance of connecting with one another and building a strong school family. Mrs. Salkeld is a fierce advocate for children, as she will never back down from a challenge and from learning how best to meet the needs of a student under her care. She is constantly thinking about how she can remove barriers for her students and help them build the foundational skills and connections they need to be successful. Mrs. Salkeld is an expert learner who is invested in every exciting opportunity that comes her way with this 2022 Milken Award and recognition. Many fortunate future educators now have the opportunity to learn and grow from one of the best. Congratulations, Mrs. Salkeld. Our Pretty Boy family is so proud of you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you all very much for honoring me today as Maryland's 2021 Milken Educator recipient. I am proud to be an educator here in Maryland and a part of Team BCPS. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for attending and supporting me today. I'm grateful for my parents and my husband who are here to support me today and who have supported me throughout my career in education. Flashback to May 17th, 2022, when Dr. Jane Foley announced my name. 3 very special people were in the audience. My children, Landon, Bryn, and Sophia, were beaming with excitement and crying tears of joy. I, like so many others, did not choose education for the fame or the recognition, but to change lives, to teach, to support, to inspire others to work hard and achieve their dreams. I know my 3 children and so many other children that day were inspired to dream big. No teacher's journey is done alone, and I'm forever grateful for the support and guidance of Mrs. Norris, Mr. Tessier, and all of my colleagues at Pretty Boy Elementary. I'm truly here today because 15 kindergarten classes have walked through my door. They have provided me with love, with joy, and with moments that will forever be ingrained in my heart. Thank you to the Milken Foundation for putting a spotlight on educator excellence. Because of the Milken Foundation, I have connected with educators from all over the U.S. to collaborate and strive for change. Congratulations to Dion as well. I had the opportunity to attend his notification in January, and the administration and the students and his colleagues spoke so highly of him. The first word that comes to my mind is impact, and I know he has already made an impact, and his impact will continue throughout his career. When I told my kindergarten students where I was going today, they asked me if you all would be greeting me with a song. You see, in our kindergarten classroom, we greet each other every morning with a song, some type of physical connection, and eye contact. I did have to tell them no, you would not be greeting me with a song.
Well, wait a minute. I think, wait a minute before you say that.
Who wants to
Wait a minute. We might be able to accommodate you here. You may not want us to, but some of us. Yes. I'm sorry, didn't mean to.
No, I love that. I couldn't help but think my students truly feel a sense of belonging. My students value connection. Connection is a huge piece of the puzzle, not just in kindergarten, but in all grades and for all students. Connection with others helps to strengthen the neural connections within the brain. And the research states that for students to reach their highest potential academically, socially, and emotionally, they need to feel safe and connected. Excuse me. Maryland is at a pivotal point in education with the blueprint and the release of phase 1 and 2 of the strategic plan. It is essential that we create time in our programs to support students' problem solving, social, and executive function skills. We owe it to Maryland students to provide them with opportunities that will help strengthen their brain, allowing them to problem solve and to learn. I'm grateful to be here today to share my passion and my enthusiasm for teaching and for learning, and to continue to make change for students. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And congratulations. We'd like to maybe at this point have you and your family and representatives come up, and we'll take pictures before we move to, what do you think?
I think we were going to do that together, but we could switch it up if you want. We were going to have the next recipient come and then do the certificates.
Well, I was going to, since we'll just do, why don't we just do two separate sessions then, quick ones?
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Why don't you come up, bring your family up, and congratulations.
Come close.
Yeah. Please, come on. Come around. Come around. Yes. And then we'll have the board members sort of come up. Dr. Getty and I will stand up and present the certificate. Just move that up right here for the picture. Ah, okay. We got a handful here. Okay.
I'll hold it.
And thank you. Come on up so we can get everyone in the picture. And those that can't, we'll just, you can just come right along the front here.
You want all of us in?
Yeah, everybody. Absolutely. Okay. Did you guys get everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at Regina.
Okay.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Rachel owes you a song.
Come and visit me anytime. We can.
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Okay. Great. Outstanding.
From one amazing teacher to another. So we're going to keep it going. So today we also have with us Mr. Dion Jones of Montgomery County Public Schools. Dion Jones is a third grade teacher at Fairland Elementary School in Montgomery County. Mr. Jones keeps students engaged by tailoring lessons, tasks, and activities to their personal interests. Each day starts with mindful minutes that allow students to breathe and share whatever is on their mind before they begin their work every day. Together, the class recites an affirmation about being persistent learners who are willing to take risks. Thanks to Mr. Jones's focus on both academics and social emotional learning, his students' performance shines. In 21-22, they delivered 79.7% of the district's projected growth in reading and 84.4% in math. I'll say that one more time. In 21-22, they delivered 79.7% of the district's projected growth in reading, 84.4% in math. Can you imagine what we would do if all of our teachers could be able to produce results like that? It's just amazing, especially in the early grades, setting the foundation right. The 2022 Milken Educator, Mr. Dion Jones, is here with Chief of Staff Brian Stockton, Principal Lakeisha Lashley, Janice Jones Arrington, his mother, Raymond Edmonds, his pastor, and Dr. Johnny Bryson, make sure I said that right, and his mentor. Can you guys please stand and be recognized? I'd like to invite, it looks like Superintendent McKnight's not here, so her representative is Principal Lashley, as well as Mr. Jones to the podium to come and say a few words.
Good morning to the board and also Mr. Superintendent. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Monifa McKnight to recognize our very own Dr. Jones, a third grade teacher at Fairland Elementary School for Montgomery County Public Schools, and a recipient of the prestigious Milken Educator Award for the 2022-2023 school year. Mr. Jones personifies the traits that educators strive for: engaging, passionate, inspirational, and above all, an unwavering commitment to his students. In his classroom, students are scholars, a moniker they live up to every day. He keeps students engaged by tailoring lessons, tasks, and activities to their personal interests. Thanks to Mr. Jones's focus on both academics and social emotional learning, it bears repeating a third time. His students' performance shines. In 2021-2022, they delivered 79.7% of the district's projected goal in reading and 84.4% in math. Jones is a leader at Fairland and sits on the instructional leadership and school improvement plan teams. Colleagues value Jones for his organization, tenacity, inclusiveness, and generosity. It is teachers like Mr. Jones that make an impactful mark in shaping the curiosity of learning in our students' lives, and why we hear time and time again why our district is so special. This award demonstrates why investing in teachers is so important to the success of our students, not just academically, but also to their social and emotional development. Mr. Jones's students, colleagues, and parents have each cited how his tireless efforts have made a difference in the lives, in the students' lives. I would say that Mr. Jones, students, basically I would say on behalf of MCPS, and the Board of Education, I would like to say thank you for your outstanding service and for being such an inspirational figure to our students. Thank you for your commitment to mentoring our teachers and educators, just being a shining star. We are honored and humbled by your service to our school district. And I would just have to say, I'm not going to ask for a song, but I did ask Mr. Jones, could he share some of that $25,000 with me when I sat down this morning. So, here we go.
Good morning, President Crawford. Good morning, Board. I am Dr. Lakeisha Lashley, the proud principal of Fairland Elementary School, where I get to work with many amazing educators. One of the greatest joys of being a school leader and a principal is finding amazing educators, and Dion Jones was such a great find. He is an amazing educator who builds meaningful relationships with his students. He understands that relationships is the cornerstone to opening their hearts, which in turn leads to opening their minds clearly to higher achievement. At our school, we, ground ourselves on social emotional learning, and he has taken that to new heights. He is not only building meaningful relationships with our students, but with our families and with his colleagues, and he is a model and a leader. And I am so very proud of the achievements that he has achieved, and we are proud as the Fairland family of our staff Falcon, who is shining through and sharing with all the great things that he does in our small community. So we are proud of you, Mr. Jones. We are looking forward to all the great things that you're going to do as you represent educators across this nation.
Good morning.
Morning.
To President Crawford, board members, to State Superintendent Chaudhry, Dr. Redmond Jones, Dr. Lashley, Mr. Stockton, to my mother, Janice Jones Arrington, Pastor Raymond Edmonds, Dr. Johnny Brunson, and Mr. Robert Echoes. It is an honor to be here this morning and to be recognized by the state as the 2022 Milken Award winner. How grateful I am to be here. How grateful I am every day to be able to serve students and families. In this work, it is difficult. It's very laborious. But I am so grateful that I have the opportunity to work with such amazing educators, amazing school leaders that really push and shape our future. It is not what you would anticipate on an everyday basis, but it's a good thing to be able to get in and do the work. I celebrate my colleague, Melissa. Congratulations to you, Melissa, and the great work that you are doing at Pretty Boy Elementary School. And I want to thank you, board, for the opportunity to represent Maryland. And I give you my commitment, and also Montgomery County Public Schools, to continue to represent us in the best way. I thank especially my mother. If it were not for her, there would be no Deion Jones here today. And so she is so special to me. I give you greetings from all of my students and how they have celebrated me during this time, and they have pushed me forward. It hasn't been a day that has gone by that my students have not said to me, Mr. Jones, I seen you on TV. I seen you on YouTube. And so I am grateful to, as I said to them, to serve as an extension, to know that the sky is the limit and that miracles do happen, and that as long as they are committed to the work, that anything that they put their mind to, that they will achieve. And so thank you again for who you are and the support that you give to our school systems every day around the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could have you come up, and your guest, bring your guest. Maybe we'll actually do it a little better than we did this last time, a little bit more practice here. Hope this helps. Thank you, and again, congratulations for everything. Thank you. set. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Chip. Okay. All righty, we'll figure this out. Now, in the to avoid this kind of confusion in the White House, the cabinet officers have their names on the chairs, so that we can do that. Zach, if we have to continue to do this, perhaps we'll have to do something similar. I don't know. Okay, all righty. At this time, we'd like to turn to the superintendent to give us an update on a legislative update, I believe.
Yes, I'm going to have my team come up.
Okay, excellent.
Why don't you guys go around? So you'll get two handouts that are like the most latest and greatest up to the point in which the governor has signed bills and made them officially enacted.
Great. One for each hand. Okay. Great. This is Dr. Michael's second tour on the state board. He was here as a student member. What was that, 2005, 2006, I believe, something like that?
It was.
Okay. Okay. So, Maren, you know, without putting any pressure on you or whatever, you know.
All right, so you have with you two documents. One was the bills that we were tracking and what passed and what didn't, and a summary of those bills. That's the one without the red ink. And then you have another document that we run an analysis of, I guess, multiple filters. So you can see the columns at the top that show whether the board has to do regs, shall or may, is there a new work group, what's the operational impact to the agency. So you have that analysis as well, because for us, you know, we need to immediately get to work on whether something is due immediately, say in July or in December. And so you have that, and then for the board, you'll see a column that says state board impact, especially if it explicitly has an impact on the work that you do as a governing entity. And so on one of those things is regulations, right? And there are regs that often say shall promulgate regs or may. So I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. So Justin, can you just give a highlight of just some of the big ones that passed, that there was a lot of debate and got, you know, whether it got trimmed down. You know, I'll give one example. The Educator Shortage Act passed, but it took out a lot of things, unfortunately. Yes, step in the right direction, but I think it missed a very important piece, specifically creating a permanent fund for Grow Your Own. And I was very disappointed in that when the rest of the country clearly understands the importance of this. So that was taken out, right? And so ultimately, but you know, 2 steps forward instead of 10 steps forward is a win. And so it reformed the scholarship program, the Teaching Fellows program, that is with MHEC to make sure that is less convoluted in terms of requirements and making sure it's more progressive in terms of eligibility. And then it also did something that is important for our childcare community. It opened up alternative pathways to be able to get certification to meet the blueprint requirements for a group of individuals who, they can't just shut down their business to try to go earn additional degrees. And the way the blueprint was designed, it was limiting how many programs can be started because it said that only if the county school board authorized it, therefore it can start. It opened it up so it's not limited to the county board. It could be initiated by the department, initiated by a university. Obviously, would have to go through the approval process. And another thing that it did, and I'll just stop on this one, and it's a very progressive move, it enshrined something, and it was in the department's recommendation to do this, and we actually have a grant out to Montgomery College to begin to pilot this work even before the legislation, is it introduced prior learning assessments. What that means is, when you think of a child care provider who's been doing it for some time and they are highly effective at what they do, all of a sudden you're telling them you don't meet blueprint requirements because you have not gone to school and got the piece of paper, but really if you put them in a classroom, they can teach anyone any day on how to actually do this well. So prior learning assessments allows you to assess the competencies of an accomplished individual in a structured way to validate their life experiences already. And no, it's not a loose way to give people credit. It's actually a rigorous manner in which you can look at what someone already knows how to do and brings to the table and give them credit for that. So maybe it's 10 courses to certification. You realize that they don't need 8 of them. That's a big deal. and they need 2 others that are more in tune with something they didn't get it. So that one I am excited about. That was in our original recommendations. I am disappointed that a permanent grow your own fund did not come, and I think it needs to be an ongoing priority to create something like this in the state until we get it. So I'll be coming to you guys to push for that going forward. Justin, do you want to give some other highlights, especially those that impact the board? Yep.
Absolutely, sir. So thank you, Superintendent, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, members of the board. We'll go through here, and to the superintendent's point, I'll highlight items in particular that have impacts on the board. Those are items that are going to result in some sort of regulatory outcome of some kind here. Starting with so I'm going to look at the bill impact document. So this is the one that has the green and the red in it, and just a note on the green and the red. That's there really just to track, especially if there is a cross-file. In some cases, right, only one of the versions passed. And so we do want to be able to show here what both of those versions are, but we also want to be clear about which version actually passed. And so if it's anything on here is passed, it does not mean it's necessarily been signed by the governor yet. And so caveat all of this work, right, with the exception of a couple bills that are identified, most of these have yet to be signed into law. And so with that in mind, on the bill impact document here, we're going to go to page 2, and pages are at the bottom. So if you need page numbers, they're on there. And so House Bill 206 is a bill that's going to require some regulation from the board. This is a bill that has to do with the certification and the participation of Montessori programs in the state pre-K program. It does make some adjustments around class sizes to accommodate the instructional settings for Montessori schools, but where this becomes a board issue and something that the board will have to issue regulations on is it essentially creates a bifurcated approval process for teachers based on whether or not they have a Montessori credential or whether they're going to have the credentials for early childhood that the blueprint originally proposed. And so this allows some of the Montessori credentials to stand in for those providers. That means that the state will now have to have a separate process for those who are coming through that Montessori certification versus the other certifications in state law under the blueprint currently. So that's House Bill 206. House Bill 292 will have an impact in that there will be a regulatory requirement, but this bill is associated with the operation of child care providers and the issuance of licenses, particularly those who are either on or who are off base but operated by military families who are currently employed under the Department of Defense and other military activities. Moving forward here, everybody, if you could come with me to page 4. House Bill 448 has both board impact as well as department impacts. This is the Teacher Parity Pay Act for special education teachers in non-public settings, but who enroll students from Maryland's public schools who have IEPs who've been placed in those settings. And so implementing this work will involve both department policy and efforts and how we approach essentially the per diem calculations for those payments, as well as the regulations that are associated with the per diem calculations for non-public schools. And when I say per diem calculation here, what I'm referring to is the rate by which we reimburse, and the state's calculated per pupil for those schools. That per diem is inclusive of the salaries. That's why it's not specifically a salary adjustment. It is, but it's baked into the per diem rates for those. And so that's what that bill looks like, and the impact that will eventually have. If you want to jump with me here to page 5, about 3/4 of the way down, House Bill 525, and we talked about this a couple times actually throughout session as well. This is the outdoor preschool pilot program. This is a program that has a number of different components to it. As you can see, we do have an advisory group and pilot with it, as well as some reports. It's a multi-year project, and it essentially involves, at least in the pilot, about 5 sites. So it's not a particularly expansive pilot, but there are a number of requirements necessary to implement this, including COMAR, as we grapple with the regulatory and safety components necessary to create the structure for this pilot to happen, and also to maintain the standards and rigor and accountability that we expect of our child care providers that are not necessarily participating in the outdoor program, but already participate otherwise in the state's child care program. I'm going to jump a couple of pages here, if you don't mind, to page 9. This is Senate Bill 280 and House Bill 292. So again, this is a second piece. It kind of closes it's a part and parcel with the earlier bill on child care providers and regulating those, particularly for those who are members of the Department of Defense or military activities here in Maryland. And then I believe, as far as board action goes, that's it. We have about 26 bills here that have an impact, 27 if we include the small procurement bill, which is not necessarily an impact in that it's something that we have to do, but in that we would now have, as of October 1, 2023, which is the effective date of that bill, the ability to increase the small procurement threshold from $50,000 to $100,000. And I know that might sound like a small amount, especially when we talk about a $10 billion budget. When you look at the number of contracts that we have that sit in the $70,000 to $80,000 range, that's actually a substantial operational lift for us here at the agency. So that's a big one. The other one that was not so much a direct impact was House Bill 333, where we don't have too much to do. The law names the State Department of Education, and so this is a bill where you may see the department involved because it has to do with hospital, home and hospital, and also the reporting of farms data as a part of that program. But that's really going to be direct between the local education agencies and the Maryland Department of Health, so we're pretty ancillary in that process. We're just named in the bill. We just don't actually have any sort of functional work in it. So I do want to just note that here, but that's on the bill impact for as far as they pertain directly to state board specifically.
Any questions on any specific one? Or, one of the challenges this year was anything that looked to create significantly new pots of money hit a challenge. You had a uphill, not even a slope, a 90-degree climb to try to get to that pass, not even the Senate President's bill to do extended school year, even made it through. So anything that looked to create, a 15 million pot here or a 5 million pot here in a significant way was very difficult to introduce. And so does not mean they're dead or on arrival. There was a lot of healthy debate and conversations around it. And I think they need to come back. It's important that the department has the right tools to be able to do things. And so that I won't let that stop us, but at the end of the day, the tools do matter. And so those are some things that I would contextualize in terms of some of the challenges introducing. And then in terms of any curricular bills and mandates, that obviously did not pass. And then, am I missing anything in the budget bill that they should know about?
So in the final budget bill that was enrolled, we do have, I suppose from our last update where we could provide an update where they landed on the boost piece specifically.
Yes, that's a good update. To
So
provide them.
the final budget bill, so the House had originally, and the governor's budget bill proposed $8 million towards the boost program appropriation next year. As you know, for the last couple of years, that's been $10 million. And in the final compromise for, or whatever, wherever it landed in the signed bill, it's $9 million is where boost landed. They also removed the language around some of the age phase-out provisions of boost. I do think it is worth noting, though, that $9 million mark will essentially still do the same thing in that, by re-awarding families who are currently participating in the program, you max out at that current amount in the appropriation for next year.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I want to compliment the department and the fact that the General Assembly does look to the department, look here for guidance and input. So that's a significant step up. So nicely done. One of the things that we're going to do, we're going to start planning for, and we'll figure it out this summer, working with the superintendent and the department, is an initiative we call the Big Rocks Initiative. So we're going to be looking at maybe some areas where not necessarily adding new legislation, but looking for opportunities to accelerate blueprint or strategy initiatives. Maybe there's legislation that could be introduced that would help facilitate, enable, whatever. Maybe we'll go back and revisit the Teacher Shortage Act, some of the issues that were missed. So we're going to be looking at that over the summer. We'll start the conversation. We will have a full conversation within the state. We'll be looking for feedback and suggestions, but the idea is that for a handful of major items, can we come together first here at the state level, but then also engage our key stakeholders in a legislative push around major items that, if they were enacted, would make a significant difference for our students and for our education professionals. So we're going to be looking at that. Stand by for more information. So we're excited about getting that underway. As we go, we envision perhaps hearings here or roundtables or some kind of involvement where we will get feedback and suggestions, and the idea is to also engage the legislators and the governor. And hopefully going into next legislative session, we'll have a series of key legislative proposals with sponsors, ideally bipartisan sponsors on these initiatives, and try to push them through the legislative process. So we don't know exactly what they are. We have some ideas, but we'll be working those items through. Let me first turn to our board members who are virtual, Ms. Howley and Dr. Millie McCarthy. Do you have any questions or comments on from the legislative perspective?
Not at this point. I just need a copy of the documentation.
Okay, we'll make sure you get that, and we'll also make sure it gets posted online. Absolutely.
Thank you. Same for me.
Okay, very good. So we're now coming to here in the boardroom, we have Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. I know that a lot of work goes into this. Is it possible in the future that we can have this ahead of time to look it over? I know you want to give us the latest and greatest with whatever the newest information is, but if we can have the basic shell, knowing that you might come to us with a few additions to this, oh, this one got signed, this one didn't, whatever, the latest is. This is a lot to digest, and I would prefer to have it sooner so that I can kind of look it over in case I do have any questions. It's hard for me to formulate my questions on the fly with this much information. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Good point. Dr. Getty?
And one more thing on that line is the copy from March is not in the same order, so it's really going to be hard to compare the information in my notes. I have notes all over the March document. So if we could just keep with the same format of the bills in numerical order. And I'd like to point out one more thing for Dr. Millie McCarthy is that we also discovered another non-public school issue in that the funding for safety upgrades was removed for the non-public schools.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's a huge problem.
Yes.
One other thing to just think about, I like the idea of trying to capture, I'm going to call it burden. As we're looking at one of the things that we heard from, I believe it was the local superintendent roundtable, was the idea that to the extent to which we can also identify opportunities to approach the legislature to repeal old laws or old requirements that may have outlived their usefulness. So as we look at these and as we do this, as we come across that, I think the board would be very supportive in going back to the legislature and proposing repeal of certain reporting requirements or the like that may have outlived their usefulness. Okay. All right. Okay. All righty. Very good. So we're making good progress, and we'll take definitely the suggestions from our board members about their earlier making the information available, and then just consistency in formatting it so we go forward. Again, thank you very much. This is a tremendous change. I remember in my early days, there were hearings sometimes in Annapolis in which no one from the department or the board was involved, education hearings, and I think we've made a lot of progress since then. So again, very nicely done, and we'll continue to evolve and to become even better in representing and supporting the children and our administrators and staff. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me see here. Alrighty. Great.
We're ahead of schedule, so I want to keep moving.
Do we?
They are here.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're ready for the next presentation, we can go early.
Let's just take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will come up
Okay.
Did I do a good job? That's, okay. It's good, good. we're excited about, again, hearing, really appreciate the superintendent suggesting these local school profiles. I think so we get a chance to see what's going on, what's working, and I think it's in today's budget environment, being a former CFO, I think it's really incumbent upon the education community to do a better job of communicating what's working and how things are progressing. So I'm pleased, and I know the board is excited to have this opportunity to hear from Salem.
All right, so this would be our official school profile. You know, one of the things I always like to remind folks on is we debate about all these things and all these different programs and strategies, initiatives. When on the ground, there are schools every day pulling it off, and the answers are right there. And they often have nothing to do with, you know, politics or let alone new fads or anything. They have to do with tried and true practices implemented properly, and with amazing principals like Principal Garner you'll see today, telling you what it takes for him to get the results he gets, despite the challenges that come with the student population he serves, and what could allow them to take it to a whole other level. And so when I share these profiles, respectfully, they're not feel-good stories. They are policy presentations for you to really look at and uncover what the answers are to move things at scale. And no, they're not outlier schools like these. There are schools like this across the country. I know that personally from attending them, from working on them and with them, and then I see them every day when I go out and shadow students. And so when I uncovered Salem Elementary, I was like, I'm going to have to make sure the board make sure he hears from Principal Garner and the work that they're doing coming out of the pandemic. Is everything rosy? No, but they are punching above their weight, and they're doing it consistently, effectively, and it would be something if we could replicate the work that they're doing, as well as Snow Hill, as well as others. This is not the only school profile we'll do. My goal is elementary, middle, high school, and cut it up in different ways and see what they're doing. So again, these are not feel-good stories. These are models of excellence to study, to learn from, and figure out what we can do on the policy level, both at the board level and then at the department level when it comes to support. As soon as I see schools like this, I make sure that my math department and reading department knows what's going on, and being able to support them further and also find out what's helpful and what's not when it comes to the department's work. So Matt's here. Him and his team, I am very grateful for, the research office. They just know how to cut up data like none other. And so being able for them to do this level of work without me having to farm it out, I'm just grateful for. One of my favorite things every 2 weeks is like, Matt, show me a school that is X, Y, and Z, and he is able to pull that school and show me what the data looks like. So Salem popped up as a result of our continual analysis of schools moving the needle with our students. And so we're going to set the data landscape first for you, and then we're going to invite Principal Garner and his team to be able to share. I'm going to use Snow Hill's term here, their secret sauce, in terms of what they're doing and what works. So with that, Matt, I'll let you take it away.
Good morning. So today we're profiling Salem Avenue Elementary, which is a pre-K to 5 school in Washington County. The reason we chose them, we know the data shows that on average schools with higher proportions of economically disadvantaged students have lower achievement, shown by the trend line in the graph, but you see that Salem Avenue Elementary outperforms this prediction. So both in ELA, the 2022 test, and in math, they have higher than predicted proficiency scores. So what does Salem Avenue enrollment look like? See that they are racially diverse, and almost 3/4 of their students are economically disadvantaged as determined by direct certification. Where their students come from, if we look at the Maryland neighborhood tiers, so a quick overview, we use 4 different measures from the American Community Service down to the census block group level, and we're able to categorize each block group within Maryland in one of 5 tiers rated from low to high poverty. We expect, well, statewide, about 20% of students reside in each tier, but we see in Washington County that doesn't quite hold true. We see over half of the students in Washington County are in the tier 4 or 5 higher poverty neighborhoods. Only 1% of students are in the lowest poverty tier 1 neighborhood. And where does Salem Avenue School sit geographically? They're in Hagerstown, and they are in a tier 5 neighborhood and surrounded by other neighborhoods that are tiers 3, 4, and 5. So their students come from, overwhelmingly, almost all of their students come from tier 5 neighborhoods.
Can you go back to that slide? So
Sure.
this is the highest depth of poverty in Maryland as it gets, right, in terms of who they're serving. So that's a very important context, right? It's one thing to make $50,000. It's one thing to make much less than $50,000 and be concentrated in neighborhoods with housing and families and peer networks and such who also have similar demographics, right? That is a double, triple disadvantage in terms of the work that they're doing. It's not the same. It's not the same in being able to go to a different school that is not surrounded by the red that you see here. So it's very important to know that all poverty is not the same, and the multiple disadvantages that effect creates. So that's ultimately what we are showing with this tiered approach. And I think the future of education funding is going to be about adequacy and dealing with that. And so department has a very big report that it put out this legislative session, even had a bill introduced, but again, it costs money, right, to be able to do this well. But I just wanted to make sure that we don't sleep on a slide like that, given what their challenges are.
Now, in terms of achievement, you see Salem Avenue.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt and just ask a quick question so that we don't lose this point? I think the scattergram in the original diagram and your point about more than 50% of the students being in high poverty areas is fascinating. And I wonder if we could get that same scattergram by those other local school systems that have a similar high poverty profile to see. They may not be as exceptional as Salem Avenue Elementary, but does each local school system have an exceptional example?
Absolutely. We have that data for the entire state, and we have a close to 100% match to student addresses to be able to do it. It doesn't get as accurate as this. That's something we were excited about this past year, is getting all those addresses after we did a pilot group, and thanks to our MLDS folks as well to help us develop a tool to collect it. We'll definitely get you that.
When we look at the achievement of Salem Avenue students in both KRA, ELA 3 to 5, we see they're right around the state average. In terms of math 3 to 5, they were below the state average, however. When we disaggregate the results by economic disadvantage status, we see their economically disadvantaged students outperform the state average across KRA, ELA, and math. When we look at the results by race ethnicity, we see that their Black African American students outperformed the state averages in ELA, and their Hispanic Latino students outperformed in ELA and math. And then over time, we see that in ELA, while there was an effect of the pandemic on their achievement scores, their proficiency rate in 2022 actually exceeded their pre-pandemic proficiency rate. In math, they're starting to catch back up. They're still not quite at pre-pandemic levels in terms of math proficiency. Now, those comparisons were for the whole state. But if you remember back to the initial slide, a more fair, apt comparison is with similar schools. So this first slide will show us a group of 27 schools that had similar percentages of economic disadvantaged students. And you'll see that on the left, Salem Avenue outperformed all of them ELA proficiency, and on the right, outperformed all of the schools except one in math. A second comparison is using our similar schools comparison, which is available on our report card. And for Salem Avenue, there's a group of 39 schools that have similar student demographics, so not just economic disadvantage, but also percentage of English learners, students with disabilities, and race and ethnicity. And you'll see across the Maryland School Report Card indicators, Salem Avenue outperforms this group of similar schools across each indicator. And then our last look is in terms of funding. So if you remember from the previous school profile, Snow Hill had higher levels of funding than comparison schools and then the county and the median across the state. We see a different picture here, where Salem Avenue actually has lower funding per pupil from local and state sources than the LEA median, and 17% lower than similar schools.
So we're going
I'll
to
turn it back to the superintendent.
We are privileged enough to have Principal Garner, who's been in the game a long time, and he is here with his staff to present about what they're doing. And I told him to really hone in on the specifics, so they do have a PowerPoint. But as you can see in the data, there's a whole lot more to do, but they're doing a lot, and they're performing at par with the state, just like other challenges. They are experiencing challenges in math, and their per pupil is not even at par with their peers and what they're doing. So they're doing more with less. So that's another dynamic of this, where with Snow Hill, you saw they were getting more than their peers. And then the other thing to catch here is their peer group. Like, if the accountability system was truly like, how are you doing with the kids you get and you serve, they are kicking their peers' butt in terms of what they're doing. But our accountability system isn't designed like that. Our accountability system is designed to put them in the bottom because of the student population that they serve. And so that's something we need to think about long term in terms of, we look at blueprint success, right? When a school like this climbs over time, how do we reward them for the excellence that they're doing versus disadvantage them on the report card because of the tier 5 they students serve disproportionately? That's something I'm going to be bringing up over time, not today, but it's something to talk about. Principal Garner, thank you for coming here. Thank you for driving here, and I appreciate you just making the time. Thank you.
No problem. Well, I'm Tom. Yes, ma'am.
How many students are in your school?
About 710 right now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Much bigger than Snow Hill.
So I am Tom Garner, principal at Salem Avenue. Just give me a snapshot, and then I'm going to hand it off to the brains, which are my workers. Is that I've been a principal at Salem for about 18 years. But I want to tell the story of Salem.
Say 18, I think they heard 8.
18 years, 18 years. Yeah, I'm not old, that's right. So, and this is my 26th year in public education, and I've been the majority of my career at one school. I was also Baltimore City and a couple other schools in our system. I think the story of Salem goes back about 11 years ago. 11 years ago, I was already about 4 or 5 years into my principalship. I was feeling like most principals, I know what I'm doing, but I found out I'm just kind of doing what everyone's doing. So, if you ever remember the movie Groundhog's Day, where it seems like it's the same thing every day, it felt like the same grind every day. So, we were lucky. I got sent to Florida, which that's not where the story ends, but we went to a model schools conference, and I was one of those principals that I'm not good. I will tell my students to follow their schedule, but I didn't follow my schedule. And I'm like one of those principals looking for something that I think, I don't know what it was, but I know what it will be when I see it. And I bumped into something that made me think that's what I want to do next. So what we did is we huddled in with my lead teachers and my assistant principals that night in a hotel room while it was raining outside, and decided that we're going to have this mass coup on our staff when I got back to Maryland. So about 11 years ago now, we started off what we called the Blitz. So that was a shift in what we were doing, which takes us to this slide. So the Blitz really was a beginning of that. We were going to decide that we're going to do something different. Instead of teaching curriculum all day, we're going to start teaching kids. And to teach kids means we really have to hunker down and get to know our kids in a way that we never did before. I've been privileged. I've been in city schools for my entire career. Most of my staff does not come from city schools. They come from middle-class America. But as you saw from our demographic, we work with a lot of kids that aren't really the students that they will be student teaching with, that they grew up with. So you really have to get to know our kids. So one thing that we devised is that on the first day of school, after the teachers got back, they talked to me. I talked for about an hour and a half, my normal span. But then we did something completely different. Instead of going back and doing their planning and getting along with their teams, we decided that we're going to go to everyone's homes. And we didn't give them any heads up here. We started passing out addresses, and we're going to everyone's house. And I will be honest, most of our teachers have never been through the neighborhood, have never been to the homes of our kids. That was the first step to open up this relationship piece that I believe, and I'm going to use the word believe again, that you have to have, and it has to be a solid foundation before you do any type of teaching. Part of what I think our secret sauce would be is we love our kids, we love our jobs. This wasn't by accident we got into this career. It is a job, yeah, but it is a life choice. All of you know that here. This is a night and day job. So one of the things that not only did we go to everyone's house, which I think shocked parents and shocked staff, 3 days later, we decided we'd do our back to school night. Instead of doing the 700 kids in the building, nothing got done, it was controlled chaos. We decided we'd do a little bit of that, but we decided to do what we called Rock the Block Back to School Party, which is what kind of you see on the right, which we invited everyone for a back to school night. And that means grandmas, friends, doesn't matter how many people live in your home, everyone's coming. But we got to figure out, how do you do 1,200 hot dogs? Who cooks 1,200 hot dogs? Who puts them away? Where do you find chips? Where do you find funding for all this? Well, it didn't matter. We were just going to do it. And that was my philosophy. We were just going to do it. Because what's good for kids is good for kids. So we opened up our year, and we've never looked back. And I can tell you the Blitz is some of the teachers' favorite spots of the year. They get to go out into those homes. From now, when we go out there, we get a shirt every year. Kids are wearing their shirts. They're chasing teachers with their bikes. They're running back and forth. They're excited the teachers will come. Some parents have invited us in. I play basketball and beatbox with kids on the street. So that's how you connect with kids. And connection, as I think, is what, in my mind, has made Salem Avenue such a positive school for kids. We believe in these kids. I have a passionate staff that they took that risk with me. Again, we just jumped straight in. I didn't ask for them to follow me, but they followed me anyways. We would have gone off that cliff together. And I would say I have a pretty high percentage of those teachers that started 11 years ago still in this building. So I think that's the beginning of our secret sauce. So I'm going to hand off. Unless you want to jump in.
We want to make sure we're queued up with your excellent presentation. All right, there you go.
Okay, pre-kindergarten, Ms. Chambers, take it away.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. For many Salem families, pre-K is their first experience with our educational system. Thank you. Unfortunately, many of our families have had negative experiences in school themselves, so we take it upon ourselves to build that trust and communication. Therefore, we work endlessly to build that foundation that will follow through to the years to come. One example of communication that I have instilled in my own classroom is my weekly newsletter. Within my newsletter, parents enjoy student quotes, a review of what concepts were learned that week, as well as a snapshot of what is to come next week. Their favorite happens to be the different and fun ways to reinforce the skills that we learned in the classroom back at home. Building that trust and communication with students and their families is absolutely essential to our students' educational success. Pre-kindergarten teachers also work seamlessly with their classroom paraprofessionals. We maximize student achievement in every way possible. In a successful pre-K classroom at Salem, you would not be able to decipher who was a paraprofessional and who was the lead classroom teacher. We do not use our skilled certified paras to make copies, file papers, or other secretarial duties. Instead, they are standing beside us instructing small groups based on current assessment data, collecting new data and updated data, all while co-teaching lessons with us. In some classrooms, our paras are used for one-on-one support for those students who require extra assistance, both academically and behaviorally, to reach our grade level expectations. Pre-kindergarten teachers, as well as all primary grades at Salem Avenue, integrate writing into every aspect of our day. Many of us have either taken or will be taking this summer the Science of Reading Professional Development course in order to enhance our ELA instruction. In my classroom, students are engaged in interactive writing as well as scaffold writing throughout the entire day, whether it is in our ELA block, social studies, science, or math. Through rigorous phonological awareness instruction, students learn to manipulate sounds in order to transfer and apply their knowledge into their writing. Pre-K teachers encourage their students to use classroom sound walls as well as alphabetic nameplates to assist them in their writing. As early childhood teachers, we understand the importance of bridging and connecting reading and writing, and we do so every day. In Salem Pre-K, every minute is accounted for. Even though our school day technically starts at 8:45 a.m., our doors open at 8:30, and so do our students' minds. If Pre-K students are not enjoying their school breakfast, they are working on independent work, such as building and writing their names, or being pulled into small groups for intervention that can range from extensive letter sound practice to counting objects to 20. Pre-K teachers even use transitions or brain breaks, such as movement breaks, as a part of our everyday learning. If we are not singing and dancing to educational songs, we are lining up by rhyming or using patterns. We take advantage of every second. We not only just at Salem Avenue, but all over Washington County are so fortunate to have a district that supports our early childhood initiative. Kelly Longerbeam and Gina Hoover, along with countless other fearless leaders in our central office, understand the value and importance that early childhood education has on our young learners. As a pre-K teacher in WCPS, it is my goal to ensure that all students begin their educational journey on the path to success. And success encompasses many different things here at the 1323, starting with believing. My students, as well as their families, leave my classroom believing and trusting that they are, in fact, kindergarten ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to have, let me go forward here. Oh, you're going to flank me. All right. I have two of my fifth grade teachers here. They're going to represent intermediate teachers, and they're going to talk about what they're doing in ELA.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I can be a rambler, so I've written all of my thoughts down to try to be concise and get to the point, as my husband tells me I need to do.
We don't have any problem with that on our board. We're very focused.
Good. So as we're speaking for fourth and fifth grade, especially at our school, we collaborate a lot with our fourth grade team, and we hold very high expectations. That's what I'm going to begin with speaking about. We believe that great instruction comes when you have high expectations for all students, regardless of background, situation, previous experiences. We believe you can achieve, and you will. Our team firmly believes teachers can't teach in chaos, and students can't learn in chaos either. We don't tolerate chaos. Our intermediate teachers hold kids accountable. This begins when they walk into the hallways in the morning at Salem Avenue. Students are expected to walk down the hallway quietly, get their materials from their lockers, get into homeroom quickly, grab breakfast if they want it, and begin reading and working and writing. Students come in the door at 8:30. Announcements come on at 8:55, so sometimes students have as much as 20-25 minutes. We tell them that this is not a waste of time. You shouldn't be sitting here socializing. You can save that for the playground. You're working when you come through those doors. So books are open, iPads are up, they are reading, they are writing about their reading, and we tell them there's no excuse that they don't have at least 5 pages and several sentences written about their work by the time the bell rings. Flexible groups are really important to us. Our fifth grade really focuses on this. Our students are in flexible groupings. So each student has a homeroom teacher, and we're departmentalized. So our students rotate between content teachers. So we have 2 reading teachers, myself and Mrs. Waters, and we have 1 math teacher and 1 social studies science. We actually have 2 other teachers on a team too. We're 6 round, but I can speak, the best to the way that our particular team functions. So it doesn't really matter what homeroom a student starts in. I mean, they're going to be in homeroom maybe anywhere between 5 minutes and 20 minutes. Our day starts right after announcements are over. Our flexible grouping allows us to move kids from one homeroom to another for a variety of reasons. Academics, driven by data, teacher observation, the pacing of the instruction, the speed at which we teach each group, personality conflicts, and other behavior reasons as well. Sometimes we move students most likely at the end of a marking period, but sometimes it warrants that a student needs to be moved in the middle of the marking period if it's what's best for that student. This flexibility allows our students to be placed in the best possible environment so that they and the students around them can continue to learn. Learning doesn't stop. Flexible groups, combined with the fact that our particular team shares about 80 students, it breeds the mentality that these are our students. It's not my students. I'm not responsible for these 15, 18 kids. I'm responsible for 80 of them. And we really take on that mentality. One of the big things that Mrs. Waters and I preach, live, breathe, independent reading and conferencing. Many a times teachers say students are doing independent reading. I can remember doing sustained silent reading when I was in school. Drop everything and read. Students are going to fake read. They're going to sit there and pretend that they're reading, and they're not. So we value true independent reading and writing every single day. Our students receive between 40 to 60 minutes daily of reading and writing. Students have self-selected books. We don't tell them what they are to read. We guide them in making smart choices, but they choose the books. They're expected to read a certain amount of pages and then write about their reading. We require that students paraphrase text evidence. We don't want a kid copying every word from the book, and that's initially what they want to try to do. We also expect that they do a deep reflection about that paraphrased text evidence. So it's just not good enough to basically say, well, this is what happened on these pages. Well, tell me, what do you think about that? Why do you think that happened? What does it tell you about the character? What do you think might happen after that point? We give them a lot of sentence prompts to get their thinking started and to promote deep thinking. By the end of the year, they're doing it on their own. They don't need the sentence starters anymore. Students are taught that research has shown that a fifth grader that is placed with the Just Right book should be able to read 20 pages in 30 minutes. So we teach them that at the very beginning of the year, and we coach them through that. So we would be saying to them, probably October rolls around, okay, you have 40 minutes to read today. So how many pages should you read in 40 minutes? And this is including time to stop and write your reflections. So they'll be able to say, well, we should have about 10 to 15 pages, and we should have about 5, 6, 7 pieces of evidence and 7, 8 pieces of reflection. Yep, sounds good. Go. Our daily reading logs are given to students on a monthly basis, so we change it every month. This allows us to modify the logs. What we want from them in September and October is not what we want from them right now. Students, and here's just a quick glimpse. This is what someone did back in October. This was 1 day's worth of reading and their response to it. Big, long, extensive writing about what they read that day, and that student was able to read 10 pages that day in their reading block. As they are reading, Mrs. Waters and I are conferencing with them. We have a shared Google, the kids work on Google Docs, so we can pop up our laptop, we can access Google, and we can get right on their logs with them. We give them feedback. We write right over top of what they're saying. What did you mean by this? Explain more. Check your capitalization. We're able to give them feedback about writing conventions and their thinking and their reflecting, so they can change things right there on the spot. We're not looking at it a day later, a week later. We also share a doc together, which we call status. Students leave me, and then they go to her for their next period, so they have a combined block. So I want to know, and she wants to know, what students achieved in my room, so she can build off of that. Well, I see, Mrs. Newcomer, in her class, you got 10 pages. That's great. Need you to get 5 more at least here for my block, maybe another 10. Oh, we see that you didn't have much written. Get on that, tell us more. You did a lot of reading, but you need to explain what you read. So we had this shared doc that she and I use, and we put notes on there, and I write, well, I conferenced with so-and-so, and they needed to improve on this, please check that when they get to you, and she'll write back on that doc for me. We know where every kid is every day, what book they're reading, did they abandon it? If so, why? We don't let kids just quit books. If you quit a book, that's fine, but let's talk about that. Let's get you in another good book. We know what page they read every single day. We firmly believe that kids only respect what you inspect. So we spend a great amount of time making sure we're giving them feedback every day and holding them accountable.
I'm going to continue with the independent reading. As you can tell, we find that that is our secret sauce, that the people who are doing the work are the people who are learning. So when my students are doing the work, they are doing the learning. So reading is learning. That's how we learn, is to read. And some of our students come to us not reading. So we firmly believe that students need choice, voice, and volume. They have a choice. They want to read what they want to read. None of us like somebody telling us what we have to read. But in doing that, we also need to make sure that what our students are reading, they can read. So our conferencing one-on-one with them is very important. And also, I think teachers need to believe that their students can read. I teach 5th grade. I have taught 5th grade for 35 years. So I know 5th graders better than I know anybody. And many of them come to me. I've had students, they come as beginner readers, and the first thing they say is, I don't like reading, I hate reading, I can't read. And they're telling me the truth. So my first job is, first of all, I believe that they can read, and I am confident that I can teach them to read. And that is my passion. And my next job then is to make them believe in me and let them know that I believe in them. And that when they leave my class at the end of the year, they will be reading. They will no longer be a beginner reader. And that typically holds to be true. I think that throughout my career, I can lay my head down and sleep peacefully at night because my students are succeeding. And if they're not, then I'm going to do something about it. One of the things that we are fortunate to have, and we have classroom libraries, and our libraries are current, and they're up to date, and I make sure we have books in them that the students want to read. Mr. Gardner is very generous when I go to him yearly, 2-3 times a year on our way home today. Hope he'll be proud of us and generous. And I ask for money all the time. I want books all the time. Because my students are throwing away books, and we're not throwing away books because they're ruining my books. They get read so much. I had a student come to me the other day, and she's holding her book like this. And I said, have you read both parts yet? And she's like, no. I said, which are you? She's still reading both parts. I said, then you got to keep them together. So she comes up a couple days later, she said, I'm finished with this part. I said, throw it away. Finish the other part. I'll buy new books, which I need more of that. But our students are reading, they're devouring their books, and they are writing about their reading. And as Ms. Newcomer said, it's so important that they're thinking about what they're reading. I don't want to hear just about what happened in your book. I want to know what you think about that. How does that affect you? How can you relate to that? My students will come up and they'll say, Ms. Waters, I need help finding a book. Okay, what are you looking for? I want something about real life problems. With the children that we teach, they have real life problems. And they want books about that. They want to relate. They want to connect with other kids that are having these problems. And I'm going to make sure they have those books. Classroom management is key where we are. We have an urgency. As soon as you walk in the door, this is a place of learning. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to conference with you. I'm going to find out what's going on with you, but we are learning, and it's urgent. I only have this much time to get you ready to where you need to be. We also at Salem and intermediate, and I'm sure in primary, read alouds. Very important. In the community that we teach in, there's not a whole lot of background knowledge for our students. They don't know a lot about country life and other parts of the country, and we take them on trips. We go to field trips through our picture books. We go to New York City. We go to all kinds of places through our read alouds. A read aloud is not a book that I just pick off the shelf and decide I'm going to read this today. When I do a read aloud to my students, you can bet I've been in that book 2 to 3 hours beforehand with purposeful meaning learning for that book. There are things I want those students to know, vocabulary, places, things. And I have been through that book for hours before I start reading it to a class. So at Salem, we believe in our students, we believe in ourselves, and we have one goal, and that is to encourage our students to be the best that they can be always at 1323.
The place to be.
The place to be.
Thank you, Ms. Wanda, Ms. Kim. Next, I have my 2 lead teachers coming up to talk about, because learning doesn't just end at the end of the school day. We have a summertime and we have nighttime. So it is learning continually. By the way, the teacher in the bottom of this, sitting, laying down with his kids, he was just named Teacher of the Year for Washington County last week. So we're very proud of Mr. Weber.
Okay, I'm Marcy Burleson, one of the lead teachers, and I'm going to speak to our After the Bell program. I didn't have notes, so we'll go with this. Our After the Bell program is part of our wraparound services for our students. We began this program last year and have expanded on it this year. As you can see, it runs from after school until, and actually they sent this out prior, it actually runs till 5:30 each day. Students are fed dinner. And the most exciting part is we have transportation home at the end of the program, which we have a very wide walker zone. So for a lot of our parents, that means I walk a mile to school to Salem to pick up my little one, and then I have to walk that mile back. So sometimes attendance is an issue. So we've removed that barrier, and we have busing for not just our bus zone, but also our walker zone at the end of After the Bell. So that's something we're really proud of. It's a trifecta program. We have 3 prongs to our After the Bell program. First, it's interest-based. So we poll our students. What would you like to do at After the Bell? So we have a wide variety of club-style learning that happens. We have sports. In sports, we've had wrestling, basketball, floor hockey, soccer, yoga, and we've had music-based. Kids learned the ukulele. They took drum lessons. They got to learn the drums. They had glee club where they would sing. Music is infused throughout the program. We even had a Pokemon card club. I'm not sure. That doesn't sound like my cup of tea, but that's what our kids wanted. So we found a way to turn that into a club. The second prong is the tutoring piece. So myself and the other lead teacher, we find out what students are attending After the Bell, and we bucket them into 3 groups. So the first group is a group that needs enrichment. So those students 1 day a week will get an enrichment club. So the club might be a book club. It might be a STEM-based club where they're using the design process and building something. The second group of students that we put together are students who need to re-engage with the curriculum. So those on the bubble kids, so they get 1 day a week of academic time, and that group is working on the standards that they're working on in the classroom, just a little more time in that. So that's 1 day a week. And then our at-risk or red zone kids get 2 days a week. The tutoring comes from school staff. So it's a teacher and either a paraprofessional or 2 paraprofessionals, just depending on the group. They are tutored. We use school data to guide these groups, and no 2 kids have a schedule that's quite alike, because if their interest is different and their need is different, we really are flexible with those groups to meet their needs. And the third piece is social emotional learning. For that piece, we have contracted out outside agencies. So we have certified social workers and therapy sessions that come in, and 1 day a week they get a social emotional learning day. And it's broken down. Sometimes they're gender related, sometimes they're trauma informed practices. So it all depends on the students and their needs. I just wanted to point out that we have some great community partnerships, and we work with Girls Inc., Boys and Girls Club, 4-H, Cub Scouts. We even have some sessions run by our local PAL, which is the Hagerstown Police Athletic League. They come in and run some groups for us. So it's really become very seamless in all of the agencies coming together. We have from staff, we know that 150 kids cannot be serviced by our staff every day after school. So we do have community support and have really brought that together. Something we're proud of, quarterly, we have a showcase. So we bring our families in, we have dinner, and the kids get to show off all the great learning that they have done during that time. Our Glee Club performs. Our art students have art set up around the gym that parents get to see. The dance groups go up and do dance, and everybody gets to sort of show off their learning. So that showcase is really important for that community connection and for parents to want to continue to have their students come to our After the Bell program. And we've shown that this program, we expanded it from last year. We had greater attendance than the general population who aren't attending, and also greater academic gains from our students who are attending after the bell.
Good morning. My name is Molly McManus, and I'm the other lead teacher at Salem Avenue Elementary. I want to take a moment to speak about the summer camps that we have at Salem. Last summer, our camps were 6 weeks long, and they were from 8:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. For some of our students, the learning doesn't stop in June. We serve pre-K through 5th grade, and around 100 students attend each summer. Students are served breakfast, lunch, and transportation was provided for all students. Our camps are of high interest for all of our students. Our camps provide hands-on experiences, build vocabulary, and have many academic components embedded throughout each camp. I would like to highlight some of our most successful camps. The first is our Outdoor Adventure Camp. During Outdoor Adventure, students researched and performed writing activities all around rock climbing, hiking, and tree and bird identification. Students also had the opportunity to set up a tent, to fish, and make s'mores over a fire. These are some activities that our students would never have the opportunity to do before this camp. And next is our Science Camp. Students performed numerous scientific experiments where they had the opportunity to plan, design, test, and revise science investigations. These investigations involved weather, push and pull using magnets, and describing the motion of an object by its position, speed, acceleration, and direction. Last is our Cooking Camp. Some of the literacy skills learned in this camp was how to read a recipe, identify key details in a recipe, and work together to complete a task. Some of the math that students learned in this camp were measuring liquids and solids, fractions, and conversions. Students made delicious treats, including some of their favorites, which were muffins, cake pops, and cinnamon rolls, all while practicing kitchen safety, of course. While students were in camps, we had teachers and paraprofessionals provide tutoring to students. This tutoring was all data-driven, so we gave a pre-assessment and a post-assessment after the summer program was over in both ELA and mathematics. Then students were provided with the necessary instruction based on their results in phonics, comprehension, math fact fluency, counting, and cardinality. We also provide weekly field trips for students on Fridays. This really helped boost our student attendance. Some of the places we went were the skating rink, the local splash pad, and then finally at the end of summer, we went to Hershey Park, which was great because some of our kids had never had an experience like that. Our data from pre and post assessments last summer show that 86% of our students met grade level benchmark or showed significant growth in ELA. 98% of our students made grade level expectation or showed significant growth in mathematics. We do believe at Salem that our summer camps help prevent summer slide and have kids ready to start the next school year. We are so grateful for our teachers, paraprofessionals, and wraparound services that keep our camps alive, and we hope to do it each summer. Thank you.
So how do we wrap all this up? First of all, hopefully you can see the passion in my staff. They're everywhere in my building. It's awesome. I'm humbled every day by how great of a staff I really have. And they are very committed to the kids. And my job is just to help them. My job is to say yes. I've said that before as an administrator, my job is to say yes. And sometimes I'm not sure how I'm gonna say it, but I say yes anyways, and I have to follow through. So I gotta figure it out. So first thing I wanted to just say is doing what's right is never wrong. I mean, it's not about money. Before grants would come along, it doesn't matter, you do what's right. I didn't know how we were gonna pull things off, but when you're committed to kids, you do it, and because it's the right thing to do. I love Ted Lasso, so one thing I've stolen from him is be curious, not judgmental. I mean, that is key for all of our kids. We have a lot of kids that experience a lot of trauma every night. They come in every day. And as you would imagine, behaviors and socially, the way kids might interact with you, it's not gonna be always in a positive manner. I do encourage our staff to just be curious. Don't just get on them just because. Nothing happens in a void. So I live by this, be curious, not judgmental. Job worth doing is job worth doing well. My dad told me, you probably have heard it along the way too. And it's really not a job. I said it earlier on, this is a life life activity that we do. Schooling, teaching, you're always thinking about your kids. You never walk away from this job. So it is important to know what you do matters. And I hope my teachers every single day, because they are a passionate group, they come in every day to do the right thing for kids. And then lastly, you got to believe in kids. I mean, that is the bottom line. There is no magic in this. If you don't like your job, wrong job. If you don't want to be in that building, wrong building. If you don't want to work with kids, there's other jobs out there. But working with kids matters because this is our generation. This is our next generation. And I firmly believe every day matters. And we see success stories. Sometimes it's years down the line from elementary, but we see them. And sometimes we don't see them. But we know we've done the best that we could. So that's Salem Avenue as a snapshot.
Can you add one more thing? Can you talk about three things? One, how you embed tutoring during the day. Two, your science of reading journey. You've been in the game for a while, right? So you've seen the shifts, right? And how something that we knew decades ago, we're recommitting to. So how that's been like for your staff. And having to retrain and unlearn things, etc., and being humble about that and what that looks like. And then the other piece is you should also, because it was something that you wanted to make sure I saw when I visited your campus, about how you are also a hub for students with moderate to extreme special needs and how that's built into your campus. And so I would like for them to understand what that also entails.
You take the first part, you take second, I'll take the third. Go for it.
Okay, so you can take
I think the first part was about the science of reading. Even though phonics hasn't been like in vogue lately, a couple years back, I should say, Marcy and myself, I think, have always been really big proponents of phonics and phonics instruction. So that's something that we really never stopped doing, even when it wasn't in vogue and it wasn't the most popular thing to do. We were still doing phonics at Salem every single day. So I think the science of reading course is just another add for our staff, and they're learning, deeper, and they're having a better understanding of phonics. But that's something that we never stopped doing. I think the major shift is now our intermediate teachers are getting on board with phonics and realizing, you know what, this isn't just a pre-K, K1 kind of thing. Phonics is pre-K through 5. We need to know those skills. We don't want readers in middle school who can't not define a word. So phonics is important pre-K through 5, and we know that at Salem.
Well, and Molly and I took the letters training, and as soon as we took the letters training, we came right back to our staff and began sharing our new learning with our staff last year. And we're big proponents of know better, do better, right? We know that we did this. But we also don't want doctors to do what they did 10 years ago, right? When they know better, we want them to do better. Same with us. And I will eat my humble pie and say, yep, I absolutely told kids to check the picture. And nope, we're not going to do that anymore. So I think that sometimes as lead learners, we have to show that when we know better, we do better. So we've had a great participation in the Science of Reading course that our county is offering. So we not only have them working on like online modules, we have meetings as a staff where we come together and we talk about what we've learned and takeaways and practice changes. And so we have made shifts that way. Talking about interventions, we have kind of different ways we look at intervention based on the grade level and how that works. One of our big beliefs is that we don't pull kids from reading to do reading. I'm a soccer mom, so if you're on the soccer field and you're struggling, if I take you out of practice to practice just in a different place, you're not going to get very far, right? So you have to find a way to find additional time. So you're still getting that great reading from your teacher, that tier 1, and then the other intervention has to come at a different time. So we're really purposeful in our scheduling and ensuring that students aren't pulled out of that initial instruction with a teacher for reading. So we have 2 intervention teachers throughout our building. They primarily focus on our primary students. We use our parapros, like Nicole said, as another teacher in the room. They go through the training with us. We train them the same way we would our teachers, so they're able to speak to that. Is that kind of getting?
Yeah, and I think Kim Newcomer behind us can speak to science of reading for the intermediate. I mean, I think it was last year. It's the first year, post-pandemic that we've always had kids in 5th grade struggling with phonics, but not en masse the way we did. So they took it upon themselves to really want to jump in the phonics because it's what's good for their kids. As a side, all of Washington County administrators are also going through the science of reading. So it is an all-in approach in Washington County. We do have a county that is very supportive of Salem, but really all kids and staff and teachers. So it's great. We do have some specialized programs. And one thing I would like to put out, you know, when I heard the information earlier about our demographic, I look at kids as kids. I try not looking at them based off color, where they came from, where they live, what kind of car their parents are. I don't do that. Kids are kids, and I believe that is the whole bell curve of students. And we have kids in the whole range in our building. And we do have some kids on the extreme end on behaviors and lack of social behaviors that sometimes they need specialized classrooms. But they get what everyone else should. They have teachers that are trained in the science of reading. They are taught the curriculum. They have high expectations upon them. And we're going to support them like we would do anyone else in our building. So I think it is important to know that all kids matter, and all kids matter really in their home school. So if we can do that, that's the best way we can do it.
We'll start here in the boardroom first, and then we'll go online. We have Senator Bates and then Dr. Michael.
I'm sorry. Okay. I love the comment about doing fractions and so forth with the cooking. I taught both math and home ec, and I remember at one point having my students half a recipe or triple a recipe. They go, "This isn't math class." And I go, "No, it's life." So thank you for doing that. It just reminded me of that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's something our kids need so very much, and it gives them an experience that they're not getting at home. So it was, and we had a wonderful teacher teaching that camp. So she was doing her thing.
Dr. Michael, yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and for this impressive body of work that you do every day. I think the statistic, and I want to lift this for everybody else, that indicates for me the intentionality with which you're teaching every student is you consistently, this isn't in the data, it's on the Maryland report card, you consistently have fewer students at level 1 than at each grade level in reading and in math than the rest of the state. So you are ensuring intentionally that you're meeting the needs as best you can of each learner. And we don't see that data, it doesn't show up to the proficiency data, but that is the toughest work, particularly in intermediate grades. So I want to congratulate you on that. I was a 6th and 7th grade math teacher. When you receive a student who is at level 1, that work is very difficult. And so just want to commend you for the continuous improvement work there. I'd say my question to you, Principal Garner, if you might, one of the data points that also stuck out to me was how you're outperforming kindergarten readiness for your economically disadvantaged students at Stark. And so I'd love to learn a little bit more about the early learning ecosystem in your community. What does pre-K participation look like? What are partnerships with Head Starts, with child cares? Talk to us a little bit about that and how that feeds your school.
Sure. Well, I'm going to have to go back in history to our last superintendent, but also the current superintendent is also keeping pre-K alive. Dr. Michael started years ago jumping into pre-K early childhood learning. Obviously, you know that has not always been a state-supported as far as funding. But again, I said it earlier, what matters for kids is what works. So it's jumped early on. We also have a pretty good, robust, I think, early childhood unit that works with the Head Starts and some of the local daycare centers that identifies kids early on. So I think you're also getting kids before they ever get to the front doors of the schools. And really, and we talked about this earlier, driving up, it's before they ever walk in the doors matters more than anything that we can do once they get into our doors. That foundation of learning is what matters. So I'm going to have to give props to people that work in early childhood, but also current and past superintendents that supports this. We have also great content specialists and early childhood specialists that they know their kids. I mean, we have a kid coming in from Head Start, I'll give a call, I'm concerned, they can tell me everything about them. So that is a great thing that we actually know our kids. I mean, we're a small enough county that I think sometimes we can really get to know what matters in our county and who matters. I think that is probably really where it centers on. Is there magic sauce in that? I think there's a lot of communication. I mean, I spend a lot of my day as a principal, as you would imagine, talking to a lot of other people. But a lot of that's about kids. I'm not calling my neighbor to talk about sports. I don't even watch sports anyways. So I'm not doing that, but we do talk about kids. And also we mutually support each other in schools. So I've talked with principals. I've taken kids from other schools that might need my help. And then we've had kids go to other schools just by principals talking. We really are an all-in approach with kids. We also have a passionate staff. And I think we have a pretty good data support system for that early childhood to really center on kids what they need. I mean, Ms. Chambers could jump in on this, but our data system is really good on the phonics phonemic awareness level on what kids really need, and they zero in on it. And then, like they spoke to the interventions, then we're jumping on it quickly. I believe in what could be done today. Why not do it today? And don't wait till tomorrow, jump in today. Does that get me in trouble sometimes? I'm jumping in, yeah, they pull me back. But I think sometimes you just have to go for it, because if you wait for the answers, it's never coming to you. So you have to go find it.
Excellent. Ms. Morrow and then Ms. Chang.
Is that working? Good morning. Thank you all of you, everybody that's back there, for making it up here today. This has just been a fabulous presentation. And I don't really have a question, but I just want to commend you for the efforts that you have put in really engaging the families as a community, as a neighborhood. You've got a decent sized school, and so that's a lot of work to really connect with all those families and bring everybody in. So thank you for that work.
Thank you so much, Principal Garner, and bring your team. Great job. Congratulations. But I do have one quick question about the tutoring program. I know in the semester and after the school closed during summertime, are those students get invited back, or they are kind of, yes, volunteer to come back?
So it's kind of two-pronged. Last year, we did Let's Talk About Summer School, and we had a little taco bar, and we invited our students with disabilities, our students who were at risk first. And we've tried it because we knew we had limited spaces. So we tried to fill our camps with as many of those students first and gave them kind of first crack at it. So we started with those, and then we expanded beyond when we didn't have full camps. So then it became open to the general population. So we sort of we try to target, but we always have a mix because there aren't. Often some of those students aren't engaging families aren't engaging in school, so we know that they won't, but we try to encourage their attendance. But it is open to everybody. Same with summer camp, or same with After the Bell. We have 150 students throughout the grades, so it's a mix of students. But yes, we do try, but we do open up to everybody.
Great, thank you.
Cover that.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. Quick question. Where does the bulk of your funding come for After the Bell and your summer program? Because
we have
these
a
are not small undertakings.
Yeah, well, we've had, on a smaller version for years, a smaller summer and after-school program. We do have a concentration of poverty grant that started last year. And again, we didn't overthink it. We just jumped right into it. I think we started about 75, 80 kids last year, midway through the year, and then this year we bolstered it up to 150. So that does come through concentration and poverty grant money.
Okay, so you don't have any other external grants? It's mostly being funded through that concentration?
Correct. I have some Title I money. I have some other monies that come in, but the bulk that we do comes through the concentration and poverty grant.
And your community partners come in free of charge? I mean,
no, not free of charge.
Okay.
Yeah, it just depends on who they are, and there are different rates that we work with them. And we have actually a great office that works with all our community partners. Really, we're trying to pull anyone in that's willing to work with us.
Right.
I mean, all points Portland, we got to get them all in. But we do have a lot of great people approach us, and then we have things, for example, like Cub Scouts. They used to meet with us all the time, but we actually gobbled them up and put them into our program. So be careful when you walk by. We might bring you in, and because really everyone brings value. Everyone brings value to these students, and I think Ms. McManus brought it up. Our kids don't have a lot of background experiences. They were talking about it through Ms. Waters. Prior experiences mean so much to kids, and you don't know what kids don't know. Making a s'more seems like such a small thing. Kids were blown away by a s'more. And, you know, when we girls grow up, that's just something you do. I mean, I had kids hugging me, getting their food on me, about how happy they were about that s'more. And so you just don't know what experience we can bring to kids and what value it would bring and how that impacts them into the future. But I can tell you that camp sold next year, so I'm sure we're going to be filled up in no time because that camp really sold itself. And those are because those experiences they've never done before. They've never put up a tent. They don't go out to the grass to put up a tent. They don't sleep overnight. Those are things that they just don't do. So it does bring value. Money helps, but it really is the staff that's there and the relationships that you build. That's what builds a kid.
Thank you.
And I forgot to bring it up. That's why I brought this picture back up. Right here in the middle of that 1323, that's our entire student body and our staff. So if you don't look in, that's everyone in a line. That was some work. Thank you for my PE teachers. What we got out there. But I think that represents us well, that we are one community and we're together. We're one big team.
Mr. DeShiel and then Dr. Getty.
Okay, thank you. I always look forward to the school profile segment of our agenda. And the reason I do is because I know I'm going to be inspired. And you didn't disappoint us today. You and your team of folks at your school are doing incredible things for kids. And I know you already know that. But it's helpful for us to know just how dedicated you and so many other teachers, school persons who are in the classrooms day after day helping kids learn some very essential things. It's clear to me that you're passionate about what you do, and as you've said, you believe in your kids. My mother was a longtime educator in Wicomico County, and one of the things she reminded me frequently in my various experiences in life was, learning to read is a gift. And it's a very important gift that you need to be grateful for every single day. And so I appreciated that reminder, and you have reminded me again today just how important learning to read is. What you are giving to those kids each and every day is a gift that they will use every day of their life. And that's pretty significant. So thank you for believing in kids and for being committed to kids, because you clearly are. And what you're doing is making a difference, not just today, but throughout their entire lifetime. So thank you for that, and thanks for sharing your story, because it is inspirational, and it's happening in many places. But in your case, there's some kids that are challenged, particularly, some families that are challenged, and you're making a difference, and we appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for presenting inspiring information. My question is that the state board has been making an effort to travel throughout the state of Maryland, and our current emphasis is visiting community schools. So you are technically not a community school, but you seem to have the philosophy of a community school.
He is.
And when do you anticipate that you cross the threshold and become a community school?
They already are.
Oh, they already are?
They got the concentration of poverty grant, and
Oh,
so
okay.
they are. I mean, this is what you're seeing. This is how they're implementing their strategy and their work. Yeah.
So what are some of your wraparound services?
How much time do you have?
Just spout it off.
I was going to say, our After the Bell program is one of the wraparound services, the 5:30 every night, Monday through Friday. So that's one piece of our wraparound services. And the other piece...
Yeah, our wraparound services are used from 2:30 to 5:30. So our teachers teach summer camp from 8:30 to 1, and then the wraparound services take over after that until 5:30.
We also have visits from the dental. We have dental visits. We have we have a variety of supports that are in place. And I mean, I just prepared to speak on these. Do you remember what other ones?
Well, I'm sure we have many, but no, I can't remember them all. I think one thing that I wanted to take note is for summer, our county is a 4-day work week. But last year for summer school, we actually opened our 5th day. So when the rest of the county's off, we actually had a full day, like an 8.5-hour day for our kids. And often they did field trips on those days. So again, we want to value that. One thing I think was a particular fun note is when they went to Hershey Park and the kids were just almost in tears. Just, they've never seen such a epic amusement park like that. It's, again, these experiences will last them forever. And I think those experiences were also something that Concentration and Poverty Grant has allowed us to do.
We also have a parent program, 2 parent programs running right now, a GED program that's happening in the building, and also an English as a second language class that's happening in our building as well. That's another piece that we actually have teachers from our staff that are teaching those in the evenings also.
Okay, I'd like to just go online. Dr. Millie McCarthy, Ms. Halley, any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions, but I particularly loved your comments about the science of reading and that know better, be better, and no more looking at the picture, that you kind of used more of the science of reading in your instruction. I particularly enjoyed that, and thank you. And we know it works, and we know it works because we see the outcomes that you have, and it's not just the outcomes, it's the impact on these children as they go forward in life. So I'm just so impressed, and thank you for sharing.
I have several questions, but first I want to say this presentation could be a commercial when we want to recruit future teachers, because it's clear that you're really making a difference in your community and in the lives of the members of your community. So, and I really mean that. The superintendent should use it as we go to look at future teachers of America and other recruitment activities. I have 3 questions. One is, how transient are your students? One of you spoke about 5th graders that come into your classroom unable to read. And I assume those are students that are new to your school. So if you can answer that question. My second question is, are you willing to share your classroom libraries? Because I'm very interested in that you've identified literatures that is particularly relevant to students that live in communities of poverty. And I think that those lists would be very, very helpful. And then my last question is, all of your student groups have outperformed the state with the exception of white students. And do you have a hypothesis about why they're not outperforming as well?
What's the first one? Mobility and transient. Yeah, actually, and this was pre-pandemic, after pandemic. Actually, Ms. Burleson went through it. Now, we have 700 kids. We fluctuate up and down. And what she did is she went through, and the kids that started in our building in kindergarten and then went through 5th grade. And so at 5th grade recognition day, at the end of the 5th grade year, there was only 3 kids that started Salem Avenue in pre-K kinder and made it to 5th grade. Wow. So I will tell you, and maybe this is a good thing, post-pandemic, the mobility I think is a little bit down compared to what was pre-pandemic. But that shows you how much kids were going in and out. That makes it more important as a state, but as a county also, consistency, how are we mutually supporting each other? Because we have kids that jump schools all the time, and we got to make sure when they're going from one school to another that we have the ability to be able to support them with like resources. So this is where communication's key. But yeah, I think that's an extreme case, and like I said, mobility slowed down a little bit. But that was the worst fun fact I've heard in a long time, that's how many kids have gone in and out. Now, some of those kids were there in 2nd grade, but they left 4th grade. They came back in 5th grade. But kids that were consistently there were 3 kids that ended in our 5th grade class that year. So hopefully that answered that one question. Again, knock on wood, it's a little bit better.
That's not unusual for communities of poverty where they have to move around a lot. So it seems like you're experiencing the same thing as a lot of your peer schools.
Correct. I'm going to let Ms. Waters jump in on the library.
I could talk about a classroom library all day. We have a wonderful school library, and I've been asked the question before, well, can't students just go to the school library? And yes, we do have a wonderful school library, but as a teacher, I need those resources at my fingertips at all times. And I don't always have time to get to the library and find the books that I need. And the librarian doesn't know my students as readers. She has 700 students. So it is my responsibility to know my students and know what interests them and know what level they are and what's going to be a good fit book for them in case they're struggling with that. And so my classroom library is a work. It's constantly something I'm working with and at, and I know my libraries very well, as does Mrs. Newcomer. Our classroom libraries are key to our instruction because, as I had said, the students are doing the work, they're doing the learning. So my library has all levels. I have beginner readers in my library books all the way up to high school and college, which can sometimes be a little iffy, but sometimes those books can be appropriate if I know the book well and I get permission from parents. There are students who are ready for those higher level books, so I have those as well. The lower levels, which we need a lot of, especially the past 2 years with the pandemic, have to be books that the student can read, but also have to be interesting for a 10-year-old. So that can be challenging. But luckily, the authors out there are recognizing this as well, and they are really putting out some great books for our lower level readers. It is my job to find them. It's Mr. Garner's job to pay for them. So And I'm fortunate that he does recognize that my library does not just gather dust. And I think that teachers need to invest in their libraries and weed through their libraries and get rid of the old books and the yellow books. And it broke my heart to get rid of my Nancy Drew books and books that just aren't, the kids just aren't reading. I had to make room for other series that are coming down the pike that are more relevant. Relevance is very important to these students as well. I hope that answered your question.
Well, it does in part. I'm wondering, do all the classrooms have this sort of a customized library that fits the student population that you're serving? And then are you willing to share the list of the books that you've already put all of this professional skill into developing, because they're books that address a community that has a different kind of life experience, that I think there are other similar communities that would benefit from a classroom library that is tailored to them and curated for that population?
Yes, I think all of our teachers at Salem have access to classroom libraries. And I personally could make a list of books. My kids are reading, Kim might have to help me because I'm terrible with titles. Definitely Jason Reynolds' Ghost series. There's a host, and that's a ticket too. If I can get a kid hooked on a book that's in a series, I'm golden, because I know what book they're going to read next, and then what they're going to read next. And by that time, I'm like, if you're tired of this, now I've got something else. So that's important too. But the Ghost series by Jason Reynolds is so popular. Oh my goodness.
I'm not actually looking for you to try and do it from memory on the spot right now. We can follow up with
really
you
good.
if you're willing to share your library list.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah,
That'd be great. And I think your comment about series is really also very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to monopolize the time, but I would love if one of you could answer my final question about the one student group that was below the state averages and a hypothesis you might have there.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we've thought about that also. I would say there is, in Hagerstown, if you know the demographic, there is a lot of generational poverty. And I would say that Black African American students, Hispanic students, they are more transit in and out of the West End than some of my white families that have been there for generation after generation after generation. And so I'm going on a quick little limb that's probably part of the reason why. Also, I have parents that, be it what it is that I find my white parents sometimes can also move out. They have a more of ability to move out of the center of the city. So there's also a transient there. So it's a good question. I don't know if I could put my finger on it, but I mean, facts are facts. And like I said earlier, we're teaching kids no matter which way they come.
Thank you.
I want to say something, and I think it's interesting. We've moved away from, if a student borrows a book and doesn't want to bring it back, let them take it. If they want to read a book, man, I'm not going to get away with that. So again, it's that shift, that the old way that, everything has to work the same way it did 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You got to move with the times. And if we got to support kids like that, I'll buy books all day long.
Great, thank you so much.
I want to just thank you. Excellent presentation. I listened carefully to what you were saying, especially Principal Warner. I was listening to where it started. It started with leadership. You got exposed to something different, and you as the leader then came back and began to experiment and engage your team. I think one of the common themes that we're hearing across the board is the value of leadership. They implement the strategies perhaps differently in different schools, but one of the things that we just need to make sure of is that we're doing everything that we can possibly do to help support and encourage administrators. For if you had not gotten a different vision, I don't think we'd be having this conversation today. So again, as we look at this and making sure that we're providing the opportunities to support, because I suspect that if I went to just like if I went to public policy school, or if I went to the education schools, we don't really teach leaders what you just learned. But it is absolutely critical if we're going to drive. We have, 1,400 schools, Mr. Superintendent? So we've got to figure out, part of the scaling is figuring out how do we set up 1,400 plus administrators to be successful, to be the leaders, to understand, because your strategy sounds like you have changed the way that you operate. There's more collaboration, there's more engagement, you're listening to, you get your teachers involved in figuring out the solutions. That is a different way of thinking, and we have to continue to look at ways that we can continue to support this initiative. And the other piece that came across was connection. Doesn't matter whether you're doing transformation and obviously with education. If you have no connection, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere if you're trying to lead an organization, you don't have connection. Or if you're trying to transform an organization, you don't have connection, doesn't work. And you can't teach children if there's no connection. So again, leadership and connection are absolutely critical, and we've got to continue to look for ways to support that and encourage that. And I agree that I continue to share. And the last thing I would just say is encourage you to share your success. Share it with the community. Share it with your county council. People need to see that we are actually doing things that move the needle. So again, demonstrating that education is a good value. We invest in education. We can move the needle. We can make a difference. So I think encouraging you to do that. Just excellent presentation. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for the children there at Salem Avenue Elementary School, because these are the things you're doing that make a difference for a lifetime. So again, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Good to go. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, do you think we can move quickly and take care of the?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you need any further clarification on the Carroll County 180-day request?
Why don't you just very quickly just summarize again what the request is, just so the board will have it. And we have a request from the superintendent that we approve the request to waive the 1 day of the 180-day instructional requirement for Carroll County Public Schools for 2022-2023 school year?
Mary?
Certainly, just quickly, Carroll County is similar to the previous school that we brought before you due to they only used one snow day, and that means they're going to end the school year on a Monday, June 12th. And as you know, COMAR allows if you end school on a Monday, that you can come to the board and ask for a waiver of that one day, and therefore they're requesting to end school on Friday, June 9th. This is a request to Carroll County Public Schools.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gable.
Certainly.
The floor is now open for any questions of clarification. Any questions of clarification online? Hearing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to approve the request that Mr. DeShiel, seconded by Senator Bates. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion to approve. Hearing no discussion, the floor is now open for vote. We ask the board members to vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Let's just check online. Dr. Millie McCarthy? Ms. Howley?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay. Was that you also, Dr. Millie
It
McCarthy?
was. Yeah.
Okay.
Had to find the mute button or the unmute.
All righty, no problem. So I believe we have a unanimous vote. Okay, very good. So the motion passes. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to break at this time. And again, want to just thank everyone that has participated up to this point, and we appreciate it. We will be back at 12:45, and we will continue our agenda. Again, thank you very much for everyone.
Give me 2 minutes.
They're invisible. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening. We'll continue with our agenda. We're into the priorities. We're going to have a blueprint deep dive, college and career readiness exploratory study findings. Superintendent Chaudhary.
Absolutely. Matt, can you join me? So we're going to have this topic and respectfully request that we bring this topic as much as possible going towards our fall period, because one of the most important things you as a body will do this coming fall is after the final study comes out, you will adopt, you will adopt a new college and career readiness standard. One of the first things you did upon my tenure starting is you adopted the interim standard, and Matt will go over that. That was already defined by law, what the interim standard will be. It was just strictly based on our standardized test scores. And one of the things that the Blueprint commissioned the department to do was to do a long-term study, have it presented, ultimately the findings to the state board come the late fall of 23, and then ultimately make a recommendation for an adoption of a new college and career ready standard. I anticipate that will be sometime December, early January at the latest, but it's a big deal, right? It will essentially set what we determine as a student being college and career ready, right? As a reminder, the blueprint envisions all students being college and career ready by the end of 10th grade, and if not by the end of 10th grade, definitely by the time they leave high school. So what we have done is we've commissioned the long-term study that is well underway. Next month at the board meeting, I'd love to bring our research partner in to share where we are in terms of their interim report. So they're finalizing that. Lots of work going into that, lots of focus group with higher ed, listening sessions, lots looking at a lot of data with our partners at MLDS Center supporting us there. And then we also did something in between called an exploratory study. We worked with the Mark Center in the University of Maryland. I asked the team to put that together because we already had a relationship with Mark to see what the interim, what an exploratory study would show leading up to our final study findings by our national partner that we brought in. So with that, I'm going to have Matt go ahead and begin. But again, this is a big deal. Everything we do is a big deal, but this is essentially, once you adopt it, right, teaching and learning and practices will evolve towards that. It just will, right? And so fortunately, what the findings are showing, and you'll see, it's aligning with what's happening in the country, but I'll let Matt do that so I don't give it away. And with that, Matt, why don't you go ahead and start?
Thank you. So as the superintendent mentioned, we're going to cover the blueprint requirements, as well as the exploratory study results, a companion analysis that we conducted internally, and then the first overview of the long-term study, which is currently going on. So the blueprint calls for a clear definition of college and career readiness standard. And to do that, as superintendent mentioned, we partnered with the Maryland Assessment Research Center for an exploratory study for a short-term quantitative study that was conducted prior to the long-term study, in which MSD awarded a contract to a research organization. We'll talk about that at the end of this presentation, to perform a deeper content analysis as well as a broader quantitative analysis. So as a reminder, the current CCR interim standard was adopted by the board February of last year. It's based on the English and math tests, so English 10 specifically. Students need to meet score a 3, level 3 or 4 on the MCAP in English, as well as do the same on the math high school test, and that can be Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry. There's also an option for the math SAT to meet that standard. But just note that this is what we're calling an AND situation, where students have to meet both criteria to be identified as meeting the standard. In terms of the statutory context, before you can set a long-term standard, this research study that we've talked about must be completed. So in the interim, the CCR standard you set will be used for funding calculations, as well as the agreements between LEAs and community colleges will still be in effect. So the exploratory study, as we mentioned, was conducted by the Maryland Assessment Research Center at the University of Maryland. Some of the questions they answered include, there are 3 of them. So first is, how are high school measures that we currently collect related to post-secondary success? Second question is, which measures of those are actually the best predictors of success in post-secondary coursework? And then third, how can using multiple measures predict success in post-secondary coursework? So before we get into the details, we'll give you an overview of the results of the study. So the first is that they found high school GPA, and specifically the state's ELA assessment, were the strongest predictors of first-year college GPA. So when I say strongest, those are compared to college entrance exams, such as the SAT and ACT, as well as the state algebra assessment. Second main finding was a high school GPA was slightly more precise in predicting first-year college GPA. And then third, multiple measures to identify students as CCR would increase the number of students being identified, as well as still be meeting the same level of precision. So what measures did they use for this study? So Mark looked at, on one side, high school measures. They looked at grade point average, cumulatively at the end of students' 10th and 12th grade years. They looked at college entrance exams, including the ACT and SAT, both the composite scores as well as the subject scores within those, and then the state standardized tests in terms of ELA 10 and Algebra 1. So using those high school measures, they linked those with 2 main metrics of post-secondary success. The first being students' first-year college GPA, which they defined as their first 30 credits they earned on a scale of 0 to 4, and that's weighted by course credits. The second measure of post-secondary success was if the student had 3.0 or not in their first year of college. Give you an idea of the population for this study, if we start with the bar on the left, they looked at 3 cohorts of students that exited Maryland public high schools in 2017, 2018, and 2019. These are all prior to the pandemic, so at least for this study, we don't have to take that into consideration. But you notice we started off with over 200,000 students leaving high school in those 3 years, but we need to have post-secondary outcomes for them as well. So that takes us down to just under 130,000 students that had attended a Maryland public college or university. And then in order to look at their GPA, they needed to have these 30 credits, so that whittled the sample down to 55,000. And within that sample, you see about a quarter of students attended a 2-year college, and the remaining 3/4 attended a 4-year college. Give you an idea of what the sample looked like. So in the first column is all of the students that exited high school in those 3 years. And you'll notice that in the other 2 columns, if you compare them to the first column, they're not exactly representative of the high school exiters. So specifically, students that enrolled in college from those 3 cohorts were more likely, and enrolled in college 2-year or 4-year, were more likely to be Asian or white, and less likely to be English learners, students with disabilities, or students eligible for free meals. So to the first question of how high school measures are related to post-secondary success, you'll see that for two-year colleges, the results are split by two-year and four-year. The GPA, as well as ELA 10, sort of stand out here with higher correlations. So these numbers are measuring the strength of the relationship between the high school measure and the post-secondary measure. So the higher the number, the stronger the measure. When we look at four-year colleges, we see that there's not much difference between the measures with the exception of Algebra 1. And you might wonder why, and one potential reason is because the Algebra 1 test is taken earlier than ELA 10, as well as SAT, ACT, or even when GPA is calculated. A lot of students take it in 8th or 9th grade. So that could be a cause for a slightly weaker relationship. The next question was around how do these measures best predict post-secondary success? And in order to answer this, the MARC looked at values. So for GPA, they found GPAs that in high school that aligned with a 3.0 in college, an SAT score that aligned with a 3.0, and then used that as a standard. So for students that met a 2.68 by the end of 10th grade, we see 2/3 of them had a 3.0 in their first year of college or above. So notice that for two-year colleges, the GPA standards have the highest accuracy rate in terms of students meeting the threshold in high school and scoring, having a GPA above 3.0. For four-year colleges, we see the same. So 78% of students that had a GPA at the end of grade 10, 2.8 or above, also had a GPA in college of 3.0 or above. And then the third question Mark looked at was, how are multiple measures related to post-secondary success? So the first row for each table shows the current interim CCR standard, where students have to meet level 3 or 4 in ELA 10 and Algebra 1. And the second row shows what if students had an option, they could meet that interim standard or a GPA standard. And here we use what Mark found as the thresholds of 2.83 for four-year college students and 2.74 for two-year college students. You should notice that the average first-year GPA for students in both standards was very similar, 3.15 versus 3.14. The percent at or above 3.0 in their first year of college is very similar as well. And we see the same trend for four-year colleges. One difference is when you add the GPA as a multiple measure, you see a lot more students identified. So particularly for this study, you see the number of students in two-year colleges increasing by over 3,000 students, and for four-year colleges increasing by over 7,500 students. Yet we still have the same sort of levels of post-secondary success for both groups. Now, as a companion analysis to the Mark's Exploratory study, internally, we modeled CCR identification rates at the end of grades 10 and 12 using historical data. So we essentially took what the standard is now and we applied it to a previous cohort, specifically students that started grade 9 for the first time in 2015-2016 school year with an expected graduation year of 2019. That amounted to about 56,000 students at the end of grade 10, and by the end of grade 12, 60,000 students. So for those students, we looked at the percentage of students who met the interim CCR standard, the percentage of students that did not meet that standard, but they met a GPA threshold, and we tested different thresholds here. And then thirdly, students that did not meet either. So to give you an idea of how this multiple measure system works, if we start on the left of this chart, we have the interim test standard. Did students meet that interim standard? We see that in this cohort that we examined, just over a third of students met that interim standard by the end of 10th grade. The students that did not, which is about 2/3 of those students, they would have another option by meeting a GPA threshold. So when we apply that to the data, you see the 35% blue bar at the bottom. That's the percentage of students that met the test standard in both ELA and math. Then if we give them an option to meet a GPA standard, we find an additional 15 to 20% of students would be identified, depending on the threshold from 2.7 to 2.9 GPA by the end of grade 10. That amounts to about 8,500 to over 11,000 additional students identified. The next look is again by the end of grade 10, the same analysis but by student group. And what we see here is that there's a lot of variation by student group in terms of just the percentage of students that would have met the test score threshold by the end of grade 10 goes anywhere from 9% for English learners to over 50% for Asian students. Again, when we add an option for a GPA, this time for 2.8 GPA by the end of grade 10, we see an additional 14 to 30% of students, depending on the student group. And that equates to about almost 3,000 additional Black or African American students and 1,700 additional Hispanic or Latino students. Now, we repeated the same thing for the end of grade 12, because while the goal is for all students to meet by the end of grade 10, we know there will be additional opportunities for students who do not meet by the end of grade 10. So when we look at the end of grade 12, again for this one cohort, we see that, remember, by the end of grade 10, the percentage of students that met the interim test standard was 35%. So by the end of grade 12, it increased to almost half, 48%. And then when we give them a GPA option, we see again an increase about 13 to 17% depending on the threshold of GPA being identified. And that's almost 8,000 up to 10,000 students additionally identified as college and career ready with the option of a GPA standard. Again, breaking this down by student group, we see, although we see all the percentages of students increase across student groups for those who met the test score threshold, it is still as low as 21% for English learners and is up to almost 60% for Asian and white students. But adding an option for a GPA standard of 2.8 would add an additional 9 to 26% of students, depending on the student group. For example, it would be an additional 2,300 Black or African American students and 1,400 additional Hispanic or Latino students. Now, that was the exploratory study, and then our companion analysis. Moving to the long-term study. The blueprint required MSD to contract with an external research organization to conduct an empirical study comprising of two different parts, a quantitative study and a qualitative study. The quantitative study looked very much like the exploratory study, but looking at additional measures and additional years and cohorts of students. The qualitative part is a content and standards alignment study with a deep content analysis to look at types of literacy in reading, writing, and math for entry-level and post-secondary training. There will also be some examinations of top-performing educational systems in the United States as well as across the world. And there will also be, and are actually happening right now, a number of focus groups from different stakeholders, so higher ed, the workforce, as well as K-12. The long-term study, there was an RFP sent out last May. There were about 2 months for firms to submit proposals. We received 5 proposals. They were evaluated by a committee of MSDE staff as well as LEA staff. In November, the Board of Public Works approved the recommended contract, which was awarded to the American Institutes for Research, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research firm. We started a kickoff with them on December 1st, and they are well into the work, both the quantitative and the qualitative components. And according to the blueprint, they'll submit their final research report later this summer, on or before September 1st of this year. So,
questions. So as you saw, there are other ways to assess college readiness. And the findings that we're seeing is not shocking because a good chunk of the country has realized that too, down to RCTs, which is the gold standard for research. But we're doing the study with Maryland students that will show the same thing. I'm willing to bet a lot on it in terms as a predictor of what's there. And, if ultimately we're going to bring a recommendation to you based on the study, and you guys will have to adopt something. And of course, we will present to the AIB and such. But right now, what we are defining as college readiness based on the blueprint is you have to meet these cut points in the test score, and it's an and approach in English and math. And then if you have an SAT equivalent on math, we'll count that, but it's that or nothing, right? And what we are seeing is an or approach that are equally, if not more predictive, right? GPA is as good. Another one of your kind of natural experiments you have on this is a lot of kids during the pandemic, because many systems went test optional, were enrolled into our tier 1 universities across the country. And, every time I meet with one of our higher ed presidents, I ask them, how are they doing? And they're doing fine. They got the other challenges if they're children coming from impoverished background, worrying about housing, worrying about food, and all those things, which we need to solve structurally. K-12 can't do that on its own, but in terms of their ability to succeed and compete and do well, they can. With the student who also scores a 1600. So ultimately, this is just one of a series of presentations we'll bring to you. I'm hoping for May we want to bring the interim reports finding from American Institute of Research. It doesn't, they're one of the gold standards in the country, and I'd like to invite the AIB to that meeting as well, so we can do a joint briefing. And so that's, I'll talk more about that with the board leadership outside of this space. But questions, please.
Ms. Chang?
Yeah, thank you for all the information, all the hard work into the exploratory study. And I can understand the GPA plays a great role in predicting students' success in 2 years or 4 years college study. But yet, would we bring in the GPA in addition or alternative way in supplement the current practices? Would it be some kind of impact down the road for the employer? Say, all right, this graduates or like a new entry level staff coming on board, they need certain type of training or to kind of bring the gap together. I know it could be down the road. I'm just kind of presumably thinking differently.
Whatever you set as policy has ripple effects structurally to the system. That's going to happen no matter what. The reason why we have SAT test prep and all kinds of tutoring centers and everything else is because in our country we placed great value on it. And then the pandemic, as well as I would argue before the pandemic, people started challenging SAT, SAT as the only way to measure college readiness, right? And that has shifted over time. And so, but it will have ripple effects, absolutely. Whatever training we need to do, we will do. But, in terms of, yes, that could be one of the ways you land on it. We're not going to decide that today. I just wanted to show you what the initial research is showing from an exploratory study, but AIR is going to go deeper, right? They're not only looking quantitative, they're also going to look at the qualitative, what kind of work students are doing in the classroom, and also talk to, they're doing intensive focus groups with community college and such. Yeah, because there might be variation, right? Like a GPA in the STEM field might be different from another field. But at the end of the day, what this is trying to get to is Maryland believes that students are college and career ready if they meet this or this or this. Maybe that's the policy, right? So, but we're not there yet. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the GPA, are we considering it just GPA, pulling GPA, or it could be the weighted GPA?
It could be a wide variety of things. You could also say it's GPA and this, but then you would really limit the funnel as well too. So there's different ways you could do these permutations. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCusker?
Thank you. I had a question on slide 6. I just want to check my understanding. So it says, at that point, each community college and other open enrollment public institution of higher education shall accept for enrollment in credit-bearing courses any individual who's achieved CCR. So when you say shall accept for enrollment in credit-bearing courses, that the concept of kids who have to test into will go away. So like right now, if a student leaves high school and they go to the community college might say, you need to take this test, and then if they don't do well on that test, they might say, you can't enter math credits until you take this course, which you have to pay for, by the way, and then pass this course, and then we'll let you enter credit bearing. Is that going to go away if you're CCR?
Well, if you're not CCR, you still will have to do something that they're making you do.
Right, but if you're CCR, they're not going to be allowed to come back and say you
if
need
you're
to do
CCR
this.
ready, we should not be putting kids in remedial hell for developmental courses. If that's what you're referring to, that's what it is. That's
Yeah,
what
well,
I
I'm
am
testing,
saying.
kids
Yeah,
that have to test and they say you have to take this
And there's
remedial
been-
course and it's non-credit bearing,
Absolutely.
but you still have to pay for it.
Absolutely. So that's what it would mean. But say the GPA threshold is here based on wherever we landed, but you didn't meet it, but you're still going to community college, they can still give you what
Well,
they
yeah,
can
but
get.
but this
But it would
specifies that
open
if we
up,
say you've met CCR, then
Absolutely.
you're not going to be
Absolutely.
subject to that
That's what
current
the
thing
blue-
that's going on in a lot of colleges.
Correct. That is
Okay.
what the blueprint is hoping to do. So students are not navigating Montgomery College's definition of readiness versus UMD's versus others, but it specifically used community college as a benchmark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Ms. Morrow?
So I appreciate all this and I support this. As a class of 2021 graduate mom, I look at this with my personal experience and definitely get that. Can you just speak to, so in current law for grading and reporting, much of that is left to the LEAs, correct? So if we are setting a standard on GPA or under Blueprint, would we also be looking to standardize those grading policies, or would it be still whatever the LEA grading system is, that GPA would apply?
I think the grading policies still continue to continue as long as they align with Comar and state law. We wouldn't come and say, here's what your 80 or 90 or how much task assignments cost, although I would hope assignments way more than just homework personally, but yes, we would not do that because all of this is holding up with 1,000 different versions of grading practices. Yep.
Dr. Michael?
Thank you. Really pleased to be able to dive into the data here. 2 questions. The first on page 10, looking at the student population and the sample in the study. Having spent some time in higher ed, it's pretty common for a successful freshman to not actually hit 30 credits. Often will be enrolled in 13 in the first semester and then 15 in the second. So the question is, and we saw a drop off of about 55% of enrolled students. So the question is, did we do any sensitivity analysis on that benchmark of 30 credits, and was there any change in the correlations?
So Mark did not in this exploratory study. They looked at 30 being because that's based on 15 per semester, which would lead to a 4-year graduation, expected graduation. However, I can say that AIR is looking into different definitions,
Okay.
both of everything, GPA, credits.
But they're looking at 12 to 15 because of the alignment to FAFSA in order to be eligible. So we're looking at that as well to start there. But that's our benchmark in terms of financial aid eligibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
That 12 to 15, I mean, that's very standard, so I hope we can
Yeah.
make sure we cover that range. That'd be great. The second question is just looking, again, on the multiple measures here. Not the multiple measures, excuse me. The measures that we're looking at in the exploratory and thinking about the full study. Will we look at any other outcome measures on college and career, like 6-year graduation, or other measures beyond the first-year GPA?
You want to talk about some of the career?
Yes, most of the focus will be on early on. So the credits, the GPA, I believe they're going to look at sort of retention into a second year in the plans. So more than what the exploratory study looked at.
And then the career.
On the high school side,
Yeah.
there'll be more measures on the high school side, such as like career and technical education courses, possibly APIB courses, how those could be predictive of post-secondary success.
And I know it's tricky. A 6-year graduation rate means we have to start a lot earlier in terms of students. I think you just lift. We don't always know that GPA in first or second year is going to lead to graduation, and so it's limited as we think about success. And lastly, just a comment I just wanted to lift, Superintendent, your mentioning of STEM. When we think about success in STEM degrees, it's going to require potentially something a little bit different. We know that from the higher ed literature. That Algebra 1 data point, maybe that does play up more as we think about that pathway. So just want to lift that.
Online, Dr. Millie McCarthy, Ms. Howley.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
So I'd like to bring this back to make sure you guys are experts on college and career readiness leading up to your high stakes decision coming in the late fall, because it's important that we all have built our prior knowledge leading up to that moment, right? So.
And like the idea of inviting the AIB for the interim report, I think that's a good idea to engage them.
I don't know if we want to fit each one next to you, but we can figure it out. Buddy
Figure
system.
it out.
All right. If there's no other question, Matt, you can go drink water for today. You're good.
Thank you much, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All the data that you see and everything between Chandra and his team, they're the ones who, like the new MSD way to cut data, they are it right there. So
it looks like we have now the reducing over-identification and narrowing of achievement gaps.
yes, we have a case study, and so if we can make sure that he is on, and we have technology here to help us to make sure our speaker is here as well. He will be zooming in from Massachusetts.
We're a few minutes early, I believe. So.
Yep.
Do we know whether he's online?
Dr. Lawson's checking. I told him to be ready by 1:30, but to be ready 10 minutes before, just in case we're running early. So we have his number and everything.
Hi, I'm online.
Okay, he's on there.
He is online?
Yeah, he's coming.
Told him 10 minutes early was far-fetched.
I told him, don't hold your breath, but it's very possible. Lately, though, the last few board meetings, we've been going a little early, so.
Okay.
He should have his presentation as well.
We are not signed in. I'm just clobbering him with messages. I can't unmute him. Why would that be?
Looks like he's
Oh,
muted
there we
on
go.
his side.
He's unmuted now. So he should. He's host.
Say something. Ask him if he can hear us.
He's muted again. Mr. Pash, can you hear us?
I can.
Are we connected?
Yes.
Okay.
Quiet right now. Let's see if we can bump him up. Mr. Pash, would it be possible for you to turn up the volume on your end?
Turn up my volume. Yes, it is up.
As high as you can.
Mr. Pash, can you give us an audio check, please?
And how do I do that? Just talking to you?
Is that fine for sound for you guys? Can you,
A little turn it just a bit more.
can we turn it up some more?
That's possible.
The audio is excellent at this end.
It gotta be excellent on this end too, Paul.
Okay, sure.
Not just in Massachusetts.
There we go.
Okay, can we make sure a partner is there to support throughout the deck? Okay, do we have him appearing, or can we see him, or no?
Oh, I see.
Okay, there he is. Can you maybe put him up to the top corner of the right? Yeah. There you go. All right. President Crawford, are we?
Yes, we're ready.
Great. Thank you so much. So I appreciate you allowing me to continue our case studies of both what is happening locally and work that has happened nationally. One of the things we did during our my first year here, we brought in Karen Chenoweth, who has profiled several extraordinary districts that have done amazing things for students, and answers that are very clear in terms of what they did. And so one of the districts profiled, and we shared in the transmittal as well as with the board several pre-readings to give you background information on Lexington Public Schools, is, and I wish Sean was here today, often talks about high-performing students also need support to further grow. And so one of the things we talked about is making sure, you know, as we further explore all the different policy decisions that we have to make, how we're supporting our students, especially historically underserved students, across different levels. And one of the things that why I wanted to bring in former Superintendent Paul Ash is he did it. He was superintendent for almost a decade, and all boats rose dramatically in terms of the work that they did And so I wanted him to share with the board what the work that he did and what it all entailed, while also reducing over-identification in special education. And he'll talk about how that issue was tackled, while also raising the boat for special education students as well at the same time. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and have Paul take the floor and start.
Great. Good afternoon, and I want to begin by thanking you. It's really an honor for me to be able to use up some of your valuable time. I promise you I'll share with you at a 30,000-foot level what we did over a 10-year period to both provide special education students better education, and that includes services within special education and in general education. And the unexpected outcome of that effort is not only did we end up raising the achievement for the students in special education over that period of time, but we also ended up raising the level of education for virtually every single student in the district. That was the pleasant, unexpected outcome. And I'll explain to you in the presentation or in the Q&A the relationship between focusing on special education students and their achievement and how it had a positive and significant impact on education for all students. Because this is not in one of my slides, I want to start by saying that I deeply value special education for the range of services it provides students who need those services. And you hear me talking about either over-identification of students in special ed or under-identification. The central goal is still to provide students the highest possible education we can, and in some cases, the special education isn't the answer, it's general education, and that is the primary reason that if you follow what we did, you can both raise academic achievements and avoid either over-identification and then under-identification I'll address later. So thank you. Let's go to the next slide, please. I always want to start with some information about Lexington, other than when you were in high school and maybe you studied about Lexington and Concord and there was a battle there. Things have changed a lot since 1775, obviously. It's a suburb of Boston, northwest of Boston. It is an affluent community with a population in 2020 of 34,454 people who live there. In 2021, the median household income was $202,000, and 7.7% of the families were defined by the census as families with low income. In 2022, the school district had an enrollment of 6,790 students. That was in 9 school buildings. The high school population was about 2,100 at the time, and we had 614 teachers. The racial composition has been changing over the years. Currently, the school system has an Asian population of 42.8%, 40.4% white, 3.9% African American Black, 4.8% Hispanic Latino, and 8% multi-race. When I retired there in 2015, the ratio between white and Asian students were flipped. When I left in 2015, the white population was in the low 50s, and the Asian population was in the low 40s. And then when it says Asian there, I should point out there's significant differences in the population within the Asian community. We have families there who came over from South Korea, other families whose heritage comes from mainland China, Taiwan, and Vietnam, and India. And so you have to be very, very respectful as a superintendent of the different cultures, not just all Asian. The high school graduation rate at the time in 2021 is 96.9%, and the per pupil expenditure is $19,699. That's it on that one. Okay, let me, oh yes, I want to make a point there, by the way. On the Black population there, this would be a good time to mention it. About 3/4 of that population are students who come from Boston. Lexington joined a program called METCO, which stands for Metropolitan Council for Educational Opportunity, and it was formed in 1966 as the first voluntary desegregation program in the United States. And it is the longest running voluntary desegregation program in the United States. Lexington was one of the first 7 towns. There's now about 40 towns that participate around Boston. But Lexington joined in 1966 out of a deep commitment that we wanted more diversity in the school district. So this is not something new to the Lexington schools. Participating in the METCO program has been a jewel in the school system, and we very much enjoy our working relationship with the parents from Boston who also care about the education for their children. And then about 1/4 of the African-American population are children who live in the town. So when you hear me refer to the METCO program, for the purposes of this study, I'm including both the resident population, African-American students, and the Boston students as a single cohort. Now, next slide, please. So I said I started on July 1, 2005, and I added this slide so you would get a picture that not all affluent communities are just running harmoniously, and we don't have problems in common with schools in Maryland. But let me tell you my story, and I think some of the listeners there would see, oh yes, I've had that problem in my district. Literally, when I came in on July 1, 2005, just before I was hired, 4 of the 5 central office administrators resigned for various reasons. I don't like to sugarcoat things. Plainly, the entire central office was dysfunctional. That was part of the reason why some people left. But the fact is, for a whole lot of reasons, it was not functioning at a high level. And I was the 5th superintendent in 7 years. So literally, as I was interviewing to be a finalist, the Boston Globe had a cartoon of 4 candidates for superintendent holding a briefcase, walking through a revolving door. So that was their intent to be funny about the revolving door of superintendents. So the combination of people leaving and the turnover of superintendents over the prior 5 years created a significant number of problems. What were those problems? And here are 5. Our facilities, at the facilities level, numerous school buildings were in poor condition, including the budget lacked sufficient funds to maintain buildings and fix critical infrastructure. So right away, one of the issues I was dealing with is the Clark Middle School didn't have a functioning heating system. So you know those big boxes that are inside classrooms they call unit ventilators? Most of them didn't work. So fixing that problem in short order wasn't possible, and so we had to work with an outside engineer to deal with those issues before the wintertime came in. But to make matters worse, as I came in my 6th week, my new finance person came to my office and told me to sit down. We have $550,000 in unpaid bills left over from the prior fiscal year and no way to pay it. And there was a projected $1.3 million projected deficit in the current budget. And just by total coincidence, yesterday I was at my other house and we were cleaning over an old file, and sure enough, I found the newspaper from September of 2005, and I'll read you the headline. Ash, no money to pay bills. Pink slips handed out. I had to lay off a tenured teacher because there was no money in that particular department, and a considerable number of other people who were probationary teachers, and make $750,000 in cuts just to begin to close the gap. In human resources, 72 of our 600 teachers were unlicensed. There were no systematic processes for hiring, rehiring, evaluations, and tenure decisions. In curriculum instruction and professional learning, there hadn't been a curriculum review in a decade. And relevant to this particular presentation today, we quickly began to see significant underperformance for the bottom 20% of the students in the district, and ineffective professional learning programs. And the key on the bottom 20% is that's repeated. When we looked at communities in the area, we found the same thing all over the place. But the secret for districts like ours is because our high-performing students do so well, the parents see the averages and it's projected in local magazines and they think the district is just fine. We had at that time many of the same problems that the poor communities just had as well, but people didn't know about the problem. And then in special education, because we had so much turnover in that leadership, we had an out of control hiring of teaching assistants and an overplacement of students in special education. Let me see if I've hit that. Yes, please, next slide. So as I thought about putting today's presentation together, at first I thought I would tell you, okay, what's the problem? What did we do? And to solve the problem, and what were the results? But I've decided to switch the order because I think it's just not fair to the listener. And so I want to start with what were the numbers when we got there and what were the results 7 to 8 years later. It depended on the metric we were using, whether it was 7 years later, 8 years later. So you would see what we achieved. And then I'm going to go from a series of slides that show the data to what was the problem that we quickly began to discover, and then what do we do about it? And I think that will give you a fuller picture of, at least at an overview level, of how we tackled these significant problems in education. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the percentage of students in grade 10 in special education from 2007 to 2015. I picked the high school because that was the year that students had to pass a state test for graduation. And that, in Massachusetts, I don't know, in Maryland, whether you had at the time a high stakes test that you had to pass for graduation. But we were very focused on getting students ready, not only for them to graduate, but ready for life. And this was one of the areas we were looking at, is how many students in special education. The information from the middle school and elementary school is available from the Massachusetts Department of Education. Well, you can see from this chart that at the high school level, grade 10 level, 17% of our students were in special education. And then that number within 2 years dropped, went up a little, then went down a little, went up a little. And then we began to get some significant declines in 2013, 14, and 15. So the percent dropped, and I use the 3-year final average, by 4.9%. And I had to think a little bit about this. I said, so why did it take till 2013 to have the large drop, dropping to 11.8 and then ultimately to 11.2? And here's the reason. When you tackle an issue like this, you have a very limited impact on shifting the numbers of students in special education at the high school level from special education to general education. I'll put it another way. If you've been in special education for 8, 9, 10 years, when you get to the high school level, it's probably not likely that your placement, your IEP is going to shift. But what is very fluid is what happens at the elementary level. Because children come into the district with, in almost all cases, without an individual education plan, except for the very small number of preschool students who come in with those plans. So the substantial number of students in grades K and 1 are in general ed. And that's where you can have a really big impact, helping children get the education they need so they can thrive. And it's usually in general education, sometimes in special education, but really understanding the students at a deep level to figure out what's the best way to educate them, as opposed to, oh, the child has some difficulty at a moment, and we default to special education, which happens too often and doesn't have good educational outcomes. Now, if we could turn to the next slide, please. I repeated the 2015 year of 11.2%, just to pick up where I left off before. But I wanted to show you, I am going to show you now, what happened between 2015 and 2022. And it's not a good news story. What happened when I retired, for political reasons that had nothing to do with me, the school committee hired another superintendent. who 6 weeks into the job in public had a major fight with a school committee chair and threatened to quit unless the school committee chair stepped down. And it was all in public, so this is nothing confidential about it. And for whatever reason, the school committee chair stepped down and another chair was appointed, but that superintendent's relationship was very rocky for the next 2.5 years until she was forced to leave before the end of her contract. Well, the impact of those approximately 3 years was that 7 out of the 9 principals left, and all of the central office administrators left except 1. And so I'm looking at the numbers and I'm saying, well, but there was no impact on these numbers in 2016, 17, 18. And my hypothesis is that the numbers coming into the high school were based on the work of the principals at the middle school and elementary level, who put programs in place and supported teachers and got great results. And by the time you get to 19, 21, 22, because of the turnover in principals and some teachers, you begin to see an increase in the numbers. So the takeaway is that schools are very fragile organizations, and the success is largely about people. Yes, the program stayed in place, but when the people change, a lot of the practices changed and beliefs changed. So I wish I could tell you today the numbers were where they were before, but a rapid change in leadership can adversely impact the school district. Slide number 6, please. So the next 3 slides, they'll appear on page 6, 7, and 8, show the results for our Boston students. Now, a little bit about the MCAS test. That means Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System, we call MCAS. And there are 4 categories a student can earn on taking that test. There's an advanced category, a proficient category, which means the state has determined that the student has met the standards for English language arts and mathematics, a needs improvement category, and a poor category or failure category. So in this chart, I'm showing the results in Lexington and in 9 other communities on the grade 10 special education results. Now, the reason I picked the towns below, Bedford, Belmont, Brookline, and I won't read them all, and then I have state totals below that, is that in our collective bargaining agreement, our school committee agreed many, many years ago the names of the communities they considered considered comparable communities. And it was done largely to make sure that our salaries were keeping pace with the other communities, but they're similar communities. So for the purposes of this discussion, I thought I would include the numbers in those districts. So back in 2007, 65% of the Lexington students performed at the proficient level. And so you can see in that those numbers below, and Lexington is highlighted in green, that 65% of our students were proficient. And if you compare that with the other towns there, you'll see there's some that were higher, like Bedford, for example, and then Brookline lower, but a whole lot in the 60s. So my view is our performance was pretty similar to the results in the surrounding towns. Now, fast forward to 2014, we went from 65% to 86%, the highest among our comparable communities. And then you can see the numbers above and below. And at the bottom, there's the state average at 41%. So, and the chart above is a graphical representation of the numbers on the bottom. And there are zigs and zags. You know, sometimes there's stronger classes, weaker classes. But if you just drew a line through the dots in the mean, you could see it's pretty constant increase over a period of years. Not only did the results go up, but I also want to convey there is no silver bullet to do this work like in 1 year or 2 years. The work will require perseverant leaders. It will require leaders who have intestinal fortitude, vision. They'll stick with the work, and really support the principals and teachers to make the transformations that are necessary. It is critical that any district that takes this work on show deep respect to their teachers. They work collaboratively with their unions. They have a no-blame environment because these problems were created long before many of the people in the districts were even working there. And to change a district requires virtually everyone getting on the same team to recognize there's a problem and what solutions make sense, and then people with I guess, follow through, make sure that what the district decides are strategies are implemented with fidelity. Next slide, please. So here's a chart. Here's another chart. This time it shows MCAS in mathematics, but for African American Black students. And here we went from 68%, similar to what we had for the special education population, and 7 years later, 96%. I didn't show you the other chart. I'll just tell you the other chart. For the African American grade 10 students in English language arts, 2012, 2013, and 2014 was 100%, 100%, 100%. And as you can imagine, we are extremely proud of these results. And on the chart up above, you can see the dotted line. It shows how we performed compared to the other districts. Now, I wanted to find another metric because one test to me wasn't compelling enough. I was pretty convinced based on this data, but we decided to look at MCAS data. That wasn't part of the original, SAT data. That wasn't part of the original design. But if you could turn to the next slide. I was stunned to find out of a 2,400 point test, there were, at the time, students would get up to 800 points on 3 different tests. The African American students who took the SATs, which was almost all of our high school students took the SATs, including the Metco population, their numbers went up by 294 points. And all students went up 55 points. And 294 points is just a huge increase by any metric. And I talked to people who have knowledge of these fields. They told me it was a huge increase. But the point I want to make about all students going up by 55%, by 55, Lexington had at the time the highest SAT scores in Massachusetts. So that 55 going up was on top of being the highest performing cohort of high school students in Massachusetts. So this both shows that the increase in performance wasn't just based on MCAS, but it was also based on an entirely different test. And all students seemed to benefit, or did benefit.
Next slide.
Okay, page 9, please. This chart was published in the New York Times on April 29, 2016. It is a one-page summary of the work of Sean Reardon, who is a professor at Stanford University. He and his team did what might be the largest study of school districts in the United States. He sought to get data from all 14,000 school districts in the United States, and he was able to get data from 12,000 of the districts. Now, the way you look at this chart is to look at the x-axis, and you'll see that going from left to right, the left-hand side, if you see a dot there, are the poorer districts on a socioeconomic formula that he uses to determine wealth. And then on the right side, the richer districts. And then if you go vertically, you see a measurement of student performance. So about average, if you go into the way he reports it in his narrative, is that for a 6th grade student, if you fall on the above average, you would be moving from left to right, roughly in the middle of the page. And then the y-axis puts a dot if you're one grade, the students are achieving at one grade level above grade 6, they would write one grade ahead, 2 grades ahead, up to 3 grades ahead, and similarly going down 1 grade behind, 2 grades behind, and 3 grades behind. 2 things you'll notice. Some dots are minuscule and some dots are large and some are in between. The size of the dot represents the size of the school districts, the number of students. And the second thing you'll notice, for any particular parent socioeconomic status, you can see dots at the bottom of the graph and some much, much higher up. So in the middle of the graph, there's a dot there where the students are performing at about 3 grade levels below. And then if you go vertically up, you could just see there may be 100 districts or hundreds or 1,000 districts. I can't tell you how many dots if you go from bottom to up. But as you go up, you see there are districts that are 2 grades behind, 1 grade level behind, average, 1 grade above, and in one case, almost 2 grades above. Same socioeconomic background. The takeaway is, for the vast, vast majority of school districts, unless you're at the top level of performance for socioeconomic background, you have lookalike districts that show you can do better. So, when I've done workshops in this one, and I talk to superintendents and teachers about where they lie, and if they're not at the very, very top for their socioeconomic district, then I ask them to look at their practices to see, is there anything that you could do to significantly raise student performance in your district? Because this chart, I think, takes away a lot of the arguments that a parent's income is destiny for where the child will perform years later. And not to boast, if you look, but I need to share this with you, if you go to the upper right-hand corner of the chart, you'll see there's one dot that stands above all of them. That dot is Lexington. So our 6th grade students were performing at grade 9.8.
Dr. Ash, when you asked that question about, you look at the data and you say, there are opportunities to do better, what kind of responses did you get from the schools?
Almost always, because it's a private room, the response is, I know we can. And then you get the but I have this problem, and then I have that problem, and as opposed to, you're right, we really need to change the following practices to get better results. And the reason I don't get the second one, but I do get the exasperation that there is a problem, what they begin to tell me is they really don't know where to begin. And it's very understandable. I mean, I've now spent close to, how long? I would say I've spent now on this project 15 years just on this work. 8 as a superintendent, because I won't count the first 2 years, because it took 2 years to really get up to speed to really focus on this. And then 7 years as a consultant afterward. And when I talk to fellow superintendents, when I describe to them what needs to happen to get these changes, it's one of these things that the reaction is, that is an enormous amount of work. Some of it will require risk, because you're asking people to do things that they're not going to do, or they're near retirement. And there's a whole variety of excuses. But I've never heard back from anyone to say, your theory of action is wrong. They know there's a problem, and particularly I see this among the high-performing districts. Well, I'll phrase it this way. A colleague of mine in a wealthy town, which I'll keep nameless, used to say to his fellow superintendents, he would say, the parents send us gold and we produce gold. But he had the same problems that I had. And so that's what I found. Recognition the problem exists. Now in the poorer districts, they were much more willing to do the work because they felt more urgency.
Next slide.
Hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go to slide 10. So our call to action. So here's the problem. In 2007, 49% of the African-American Black high school students were in special education. And as a group, performed significantly below white and Asian students based on state and national tests, high school grades, and academic levels.
Can you say that percentage again?
49% of our African American Black high school students were in special education.
These were the students coming from Boston on an opportunity to attend a higher performing district as part of a voluntary desegregation program. And instead of facing opportunity, they were placed in special education.
Right. Now, in fairness to the Lexington Public Schools, when I looked at the results for these students compared with students in Boston, they were performing higher than Boston. So the parents were right that their children were getting a better education than they were getting in some of the Boston schools. And I can't speak to today, so I don't want to cast aspersions on anything going on today. But at the time, it was clear the students were getting a benefit. But every year they were in Lexington, they fell further and further behind. And to make a point on this one, when we dug into the data, we found that some of the students who came to the school system in K and 1 came in at grade level. Most didn't, but there were more than just a small number that came in at grade level, and they began to fall further and further behind. Now, that's a problem. Like, what is happening that we're taking students who are performing as well as resident students and causing them to fall further and further behind? So I had a meeting with the head of the METCO program. She was the director of the program. And I asked her in my office privately, I said, so tell me again, what's the percentage of students in special ed? And she said 49%. And I looked at her and I said, do you really believe in your heart of hearts that these students have a disability? And she looks at me and says, of course not. And I'm just stunned. So why are they in special ed if you know they don't have a disability? And that becomes the longer conversation and I'll have some of it with you. But the system was designed to do this. And so we had to find out what were the causes. So
when they were assigned special ed, does that sort of take some of the pressure off the leadership? You can then just say that there's something wrong with the children? I mean,
yes. You know, it was these. I didn't have racist principles. These were really good people doing what they thought was right, but it's a combination of they see a problem and they know the child needs help. And at the time, remember I told you our district was in disarray and we didn't have the programs in place and systems and procedures and beliefs. I mean, there's a whole long list I'm going to go through. And I've identified, it's not part of this presentation, 16 critical factors that you need to go through to close achievement gaps. And it's complicated. And so what was the reality back at, when I first started? The reality was there were very few other supports. So if a child presents with difficulty, you can just imagine what happens. The team gets together, the parent is there, the teachers are there, and if the child is not reading at grade level or the child is acting out, you'd say, well, maybe special education would be a good idea. Well, it turns out it's a terrible idea unless the child has a disability. And the reason it's a terrible idea is if a child is not reading at grade level, it doesn't mean they're disabled. The child may not have had exposure to literacy to the same extent of students living in Lexington. And maybe that child just needs additional support from the classroom teacher, because grade 1 teachers are taught how to teach reading. And if that doesn't work, then what's the role of your reading specialists? Are they providing services directly to students because they're experts on reading? So it wasn't rocket science to us to figure out that the children had a real need, but it might not be a disability. Now it might be. And I wanted to make very clear to my staff, if they do discover there's a disability, we make the referral and no question about it. But some of the students weren't disabled, and what they just needed was additional support, whether it was social emotional support to deal with acting out or reading support so that they could become a more effective reader. And our default position, which is largely the default position of a lot of school districts, is to put the child in special ed. And when I discussed that with principals, they said, actually, that makes things worse. because most special education teachers are not licensed literacy teachers or reading teachers. They have a range of very useful skills, but they're not reading teachers. And so Tier 1 support is the answer for all students, and if it's not enough, then special education has a very important place and role. So we had to tear this thing apart. So here's what happened. I said, because I was once a chemistry teacher, and so the scientist me said, okay, well, let's get some data. Let's pull out the student file and find the grade the child was in when the first individual education plan was written, known as an IEP. And what we found was the majority of IEPs were written in grade 2 and grade 2 and grade 3. Starts in grade 1, mostly grade 2, up into grade 3. And the two major reasons in those grades students were being referred in Lexington was for reading and for discipline, acting out behavior. And then all the other reasons. And as I've just mentioned, for those two areas, there are many non-special education solutions that should be tried before a child is put in special ed. But I needed a lot more data than this. This was just our hunch. And here's the part where I was just lucky. There was a man named Vito Lamura. Vito was the beloved union president and been union president for about a decade. And he was retiring in November, but he was ending his term in June. And I can't tell you how I just sort of came across this, but I knew I needed somebody to do a research project. And Vito was smart and a really good writer and really respected by the teachers. And I went to him and I said, instead of going back to the classroom for the first 3 months of the year until you retire, how would you like to be my research assistant through the summer, through October, and I'll give you an office here and a laptop, and I want you to do an extremely comprehensive report, a deep dive into the data in Lexington. I wanted to know everything I could possibly know about this population of students over multiple years in a number of domains, not just MCAS tests, but their grades and whether they were in higher classes, lower classes. I wanted him to interview teachers. I wanted to interview students. I wanted to interview parents, get their perceptions. And I wanted him to do two other things. I wanted him to do a literature search on schools that closed achievement gaps, which is how we eventually found Karen Chenoweth. But I also wanted him to look at school districts around the United States to see if anybody had a good idea of how to solve the problem. The report became known as the Lamura Report. And I wrote here, see the Lamura Report, which you can get from the state superintendent, or if it's not already online. So let me go to the next page. So I'm not going to number 3. I'm going to go to the Lamura Report because it's a long report, but the key points here I think you'll find interesting. So the findings were in two categories. I'll call them qualitative findings in the Lamura Report, and then when I get to the next page, the quantitative findings. And some of these will come as no surprise to you. On the state assessment, significantly more white students and Asian students scored proficient or higher than the African American and Hispanic students. And we have numbers for that, but they're not posted here. The data showed that comparable Metco communities also have significant achievement gaps between white and Asian students and African American Hispanic students. So it wasn't just a Lexington problem. A significantly higher percentage of the Metco students in grades 1 and 2 received scores showing the need for special education intervention in math and English language arts. 4, Metco students were significantly underrepresented in honors and AP courses as compared with white and Asian students. And note this is the 49% of the Metco students in the high school were in special ed, but here's the K-12 numbers. 33% of the K-12 Metco students were in special ed, and 17.3% of all students were in special ed. So it's double. You know, and when we talked to, and I talked to the Metco director, and I talked to some others, I said, how does this happen? And the reaction was, well, I felt bad for students, and so we made the referral because we thought it would be better. I mean, I literally had a person in my office who ran one of the teams who referred a grade 12 student who was having difficulty in reading to special ed. And I never get it. I just never directly meet with people because I respect the team process. But this is the one time I violated it. I met with the team person and said, how is it possible that a student could go from K to 11, never be found to have a need in special ed, and all of a sudden in grade 12, it's discovered? And it was like, huh? He said, and that's, well, I felt bad for the person. So it had nothing to do with special ed. He just felt bad. So, and I think people genuinely felt bad for the students who were struggling, and this is what they did. Number 12, page 12. So here are the qualitative findings. These are the high points based on teacher surveys and based on student surveys. So here's what the teachers told us when we asked them, why are these students struggling? And this is what they said about themselves. Inadequate system supports for struggling students. Teachers communicate low expectations. That's the my poor baby syndrome. Oh, they come on a bus back and forth each day. You don't understand how difficult their life is and where they're at home. We can't put too much pressure on these students. They can't really do that much, so we changed the curriculum. Literally, they openly admitted they literally lowered their expectations for the students, and they got the low expectations. I mean, if it's just like a child, if you have low expectations, you're going to get less, and they admitted it. The parents and the students also said the same thing. The teacher said students and parents have low expectations. And look at number 4, ineffective and insufficient use of data to drive instruction. Our high school principal said to me when I asked her about it, she said, and I'm quoting her, she says, "We cannot be afraid to look at the data. We need to have an all-in commitment." So one of the things I ran into when I first started as superintendent was many of our teachers didn't know what to do with data and were afraid of data. They didn't come from a science background where it just seems sort of natural to look at information, figure out what to do with it, and come up with an action plan. And that was a learning process for some of our teachers. And without data, they just kept doing what they were doing. The teachers said we over-relied in special ed, weak literacy skills, especially vocabulary and composition, and we lacked mentors and role models for students. And the students said, students lack effort and attentiveness. They're saying this about themselves. Students' belief that school is not a number one priority. Insufficient time to do homework, ineffective teaching styles and strategies. And so you can imagine, once we got this back, we had to then talk to students to say, tell me more about the lack of effort and attentiveness. How did that come about? Why? But the Lamura report didn't get into it, but as part of our strategy, we needed to understand what caused students to feel they weren't going to work hard, or why school shouldn't be number one. We had to reach the students at an emotional level and to get them to change practices. All right, slide 13, please. So now back to number 3. We've done 1 and 2. So what did we do? Mr. Lamura and I held meetings at every school to discuss the results of the Lamura report. Now, I don't know that this would work with an outside consultant. I can imagine if an outside consultant came into any of your schools, wrote up such a report, it might be dead on arrival because they paid outside consultants. He was beloved. So when he sat down with the faculties and he said, here's what I found about us, they believed him. So that was a tremendously lucky for me because I didn't have to convince the faculty there was a problem. And we never went into the meeting with any attitude of blaming anybody. This is data, and we care about these kids. What are we going to do about it? Well, number 4 is what we did about it. And this was based on some research work that I was aware of at the time, is if you want to move a school district, you need to have a guiding team of people that's representative at the K-12 level that can take the information, analyze it, and come up with a series of recommendations which would become an action plan. So we established a K-12 Achievement Gap Task Force that included teachers, administrators, and parents. And this committee met monthly for years. So there's no one and done. This was hard work to go through what's going on, why it's going on, and what action steps would work for us. And what makes it difficult is that you come up with a very, very long list of things that people think might solve the problem. But when you boil it down, you say, look, there's only so many we can do in a given year, both because people only have a limited amount of time. It's really not so much about money. It's really about time and effort. So you have to pick the ones in the first year that are achievable, would build the work going for year 2, year 3, year 4. And you have to have a lot of thinking that if you put your plan in place, it really will yield results. As a veteran superintendent and an educator for 42 years, I've seen too many things where people come up with the theory of what they do in schools, and it never produces anything. And I think some of those things can be avoided. Some things that work more effectively than others. In year 2, we changed the name of the committee. And this is actually an important point. We changed the name in year 2 to the Equity and Excellence Committee. So this was back in 2009 when I did that. At the time, very few people ever used the word equity. So I wanted to find the term because in my discussions with colleagues, I find far too many people in their districts, they don't have a definition of what the term is, but it's used today in DEI. Here's how we defined equity. Not that you should, but here's how we defined it. We defined it as providing students what they needed when they needed it so they could get to proficient. So the goal was always getting all students to proficient level before they graduate, because we believed in English language arts and mathematics, these were skills that they needed for life. So it's not equality, but it's proficient. And I want to give you an analogy because I think it may ring true with you. If any of you have more than one child, let's say you have 3 children and 2 of them are doing well and 1 is struggling for whatever reason, social, academic, doesn't matter. If you love your children, you're going to give the child who's struggling what they need, but you're not going to necessarily give the same thing to your other children. Why do you do that? You do it because your child needs it. So our theory was, if we're going to close achievement gaps, we have to accelerate the rate of student learning more than 1 year every year. Otherwise, you don't close a gap, because all the other students are moving a year's worth of knowledge in a year. And if we just get the student up to a year's worth of knowledge, the gap stays the same. So equity for us is, what do we need to put in place to accelerate the student learning? And that's a theme that runs through a lot of what we're doing here, is looking at what we think would accelerate learning so that the gaps would be closed. Number 5, we visited schools. I visited schools in Finland, Paris, and in London. I went out of state to a school district to see their schools and the interesting work they were doing. And also we did a lot of reading to find out there are practices out there that seem to be working with students of color, low-income students, and special education students. And then we began to write the report. So another document that I sent along to the state superintendent is the initial 4-year plan. That's a list of the specific activities. It's not the plan for each activity, and it's also not what we did actually in year 2, 3, 4. It was what we came up with in the first year we thought would be what we want to do in year 2 and year 3 and year 4. We wanted to come out with a plan so the community could see we have something in mind that we think is going to work, and find out what the faculty thinks. And these things included not just tier 1 changes, but all the way through tier 3. And so part of that plan was creating capacity in the district that parents would choose not to send their child to an out-of-district school because we could offer an equal or better program in-house. And the only savings is transportation, because education costs the same. So that was part of the plan as well. We had some students who were dyslexic, and we said, these students are not severely dyslexic. We could run a program in our district and do a better job. And so that to me was, if you move a child from an out-of-district to a tier 3 in-house program, that is what the federal government wants you to do, put a child in the least restrictive environment. 7, the AGTF committee met frequently with parents and staff and board members and set up times for constituencies to share ideas, recommendations, concerns. We did our best to try to be transparent, to be open, and to be learners, and to show people we didn't have all the answers. Number 8. So here's the next big thing. Everything I've talked up to this point is about data and programs. But that, it turns out, I don't think is the most difficult thing to do, and I don't think it's the most important thing to do. The most important thing has to do with increasing the capacity of our teachers as individuals. That means their skills, their knowledge, their attitudes, the capacity of our teachers to teach more effectively in the classroom, and to create collective capacity, which is what teachers can do as a team when they believe that their work is valued and it can produce a major change in outcome. So I want to read you a definition of collective capacity, because this one is key. And it's not my definition. It comes from John Hattie, who's written extensively on this. Collective teacher efficacy is the shared belief by teachers that they can more positively impact the learning of their students if they work together as a team. According to John Hattie, teachers must tightly align their actions to student outcomes. This way, teachers can clearly see the connection between what they do and the results that follow. So I broke it out in 3 areas to raise teacher and collective capacity. One is to create a new professional learning model. This is how we help teachers learn to be better teachers.
Go to 15.
Build collective capacity, teacher collective efficacy. Please go back a slide.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. And then lastly, supporting teacher leadership as a necessary component to reduce overidentification of special education and increase academic performance. So it's developing leadership. And now we'll sort of move along because I know your schedule is getting tight. All right, next one. So we had to get rid of the current model. The current model at the time was pretty typical in the United States. School districts offered one-day programs or an after-school program or a couple of after-school programs. Teachers went to college, they took a course, they get salary credit for their lane change on their salary schedule. But all they have to do is, get a B- or better and go to an accredited school, and not necessarily that the program has much to do with what they teach. And I called Stephanie Hirsch on the phone. It's not a name that you would know, but she was the director of the National Staff Development Council. It was the leading national professional organization. It's now called Learning Forward. And I called her to find, where can I find models of the best professional learning programs or professional development programs in the country? And you'll be stunned as I was. She said there weren't any. And I asked her why, and she says, the research shows that the vast majority of professional development programs have no impact on student learning, or almost no impact, which is why she then ended up pushing me to write the book that I wrote, School Systems That Learn. And so we embarked to figure out, how could we create a professional learning model that would increase the capacity of teachers to be more effective, both as individuals and working together as a team? And that's what we did. And so we don't have enough time to go into what that whole model is, but here's some key points about it. The program, everything we ran was designed to meet LPS student academic and social needs. We dug down, what do kids need? What do teachers need to learn, so that if they did it in their classroom, it would have an impact. We tried to make more programs multi-day or even longer, so teachers could have required teacher practice and feedback. That also almost never happens. When a teacher takes a program, they're required to do it in their classroom. Somebody watches them that gives them feedback. We worked with the union. We changed the language in the contract so that now college courses for salary must be pre-approved and show how the requested course will lead to improved student learning and or improved professional practice. And we almost always approve these. I mean, teachers are pretty good about this. So this wasn't a high bar when we explained it. We just want to make sure, is the course going to really help you get better? And please tell us how before you take the program. We built collaboration time into the schedule, and we asked teachers to give more feedback to students. And the effect size of that is 0.73. For those who aren't familiar with effect sizes, an effect size is measuring how much the intervention has. And of 250 interventions that have been looked at, 0.4 is the average. So a 0.73 effect size is significant in terms of its impact. It's actually one of the higher things that helps anybody learn is somebody gives them specific and timely feedback.
Go up a slide. The effect
Next slide,
sizes.
please.
Yep. That's where the effect sizes are. Yep.
Okay. So here's another slide that shows collective efficacy. Out of the 256 things that Hattie looked at back in about 2000, I guess it was 2018, collective teacher efficacy had the highest impact of anything ever measured. The effect size is 1.57. To give you an idea of what a 1.0 would be, 1.0 effect size means students will learn approximately 50% more in a year. That's one standard deviation from the mean. An effect size of 1.57 easily means that if this is in place with fidelity, students in that school could learn as much as 2 years worth of knowledge in a single year. That's quite a claim, but it's true. I've watched it. And I saw it in London, in the poorest school of all in London. I visited a school in London where 75% of the students were first generation students from Pakistan and Bangladesh. And the kids lived in an apartment, 2-room apartments with 11 people in it. And I saw powerful collective teacher efficacy. These faculty members were working in teams. They knew what the goals were. They made changes in real time. They provided students what they needed when they needed it. They give kids feedback. And it works. And so it's not a program. And the good news is it doesn't cost any money to do this. But it's very hard to get a faculty on a team focused on a mission and respecting the teachers to bring about the changes for kids in real time. Last slide on this area. This is just another slide that shows we really value teachers collaborating with anybody. And it's not always structured time. Teachers with parents, teachers with colleagues, teachers with principals, teachers with superintendents, with students. It's networking. I mean, you know this in today's technology world. The more you network, the more you know, and the more ideas you have that you can bring to your classroom. So it's a value of what we did. Slide 18. And the last development one has to do with developing teachers as leaders. There are teachers who want to become formal leaders. The school district needs to support that because if you can grow your leaders within the district, that is a tremendous plus instead of just relying on people from outside the district. So we need to be intentional about that one. But the other one doesn't get a lot of attention. Teaching is one of those professions where you teach at the beginning of the year, you get to the end of the year, and unless you change your program very much, you teach the same thing from the beginning of the year to the end of the year to the beginning of the year. It can get pretty dull for some people. But what we did is we really encouraged our teachers to become experts in some aspect of their teaching. And this was an outgrowth of the professional learning programs that we developed. There were teachers who were very interested in assessment or curriculum development or whatever it is. They became really good at something, and they then ran the workshops. Then they got a stipend. They ran the workshops in the district in their area of expertise, and they were seen by their colleagues as an expert. And they're a leader, and they're an important leader because teachers will really listen to their colleagues about an idea as much more than perhaps somebody from outside the district. All right, we're almost done. So I think this is the last slide. Nope, I'll read these quickly. In beginning year 2, I made all schools develop a multi-year plan with measurable goals and action steps that would strengthen tier 1. And I signed off on those plans to make sure that these were substantive and we actually thought they were going to work. And then lastly, in terms of programmatic things we did, we began creating tier 1 through tier 3 initiatives. And you can see the 2007 proposal to the Lexington School Committee and some of the things there are listed at what we did. Expanding time for literacy, we had intervention specialists, we created intervention blocks, and we instituted common planning time, we added literacy and math coaches. Those things were very, very helpful. And then lastly, I hired a team of Harvard University researchers to come in and examine our results. I didn't want anybody to take my word that what we did really made a difference. And so we brought in Ron Ferguson, who's an expert on these topics. He works at the Kennedy School. And in his report on page 2, he wrote, "We find that Lexington has raised achievement among African-American students as well as the district overall." The only area we didn't, I share that with you, we did not have success in getting more students into AP and honor courses. So if I was still there, we'd be working on that. Thank you, and I'll take questions, time permitting.
This has been very good. Let me now open it up. We'll go first online. Ms. Halley, Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Yes, my question has to do with when students are misidentified, and you said it's very hard to get them to be reclassified later. What do you think is the key thing that we can do for those students beyond giving them the services to help them to improve their academic results, but in terms of getting them reclassified?
I think the most important thing is trust. If the parents trust the teachers in that school and trust the principal, because the person has demonstrated they've earned trust, more parents are going to be open to change, because change is scary. The parents know that their child has been struggling for some years. And to go from something that they know to something that they don't know can be scary. So if the principal has earned trust and then can clearly say, "I've got an idea I want to share with you that I think will be better for your child," and then they can describe it and it makes sense, more parents would say, "Okay, let's go with it." It's no different than you have some disease and your doctor says, "Here's what you need." What do we know? I go into a doctor's office. I don't know. I mean, it's a leap of faith, and and so I think that's the critical part.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation, and what you described is something that I think is absolutely achievable across the country. And so my question is, how would you go about scaling this up? How would you go about helping more schools across the country get the results that you got in your school district?
Well, you already have the first thing in place. You've got a state superintendent who's really committed to this. And he needs your support. Because people in the field, most people in the field don't want to go through any substantial change for a whole host of reasons, unless they think, they either have to, and they're going to get support through the change. I believe what will happen, given his commitment, your state superintendent's commitment, and I believe will be your commitment, is that people will quickly see this is the right thing for students. So it won't be hard convincing people with the data, we can do better. As long as it's framed as we're not beating people up for being lousy people, or any suggestion of we need to start changing staff because we have incompetent people. Now, I was in school personnel for 18 years. I get it that sometimes somebody doesn't work out as a staff member. That's an outlier, but that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about teachers and administrators who come to work every day and work really hard, and they're trying to do the best job they can. They don't show up on Wednesday saying, "I'm not going to work today." I mean, that's a rarity. So once the problem has been clearly described with data in a way where people can hear it, the next step would be, okay, what do you want us to do? If you have a realistic view that turning a school around takes multiple years, I would urge the superintendent in that district to form what I did. One thing I did, which makes a lot of sense, is after you explain and communicate what the problem is and why it's important, the what and the why, and show respect to answer people's questions and to hear them, you develop a committee that oversees the action plan for the district. It's an inclusive committee, but it's real work because they then have to go through a process of determining what are the specific issues we want to tackle, which one we would tackle first, who's going to do it, how is it resourced, how would we measure it, how would we monitor it, what would results look like, and then to provide the support to people as they roll it out. And part of that support is why I included that section on professional development. That is crucial because when people are tackling a problem that they've never done before, they want to know that there's going to be support to help them figure out what to do and what to do next. And anybody who tries to do this without a lot of teacher support is going to run into a lot of pushback from teachers because they're busy people and they don't want to change things unless they feel that they can be successful.
All righty. We'll now come to in the boardroom. Any comments or questions from anyone? Dr. Ash, a question. When you look at this collective teacher efficacy on slide 16, what role did the principal play in creating that environment?
I would say they're at least 90% responsible for that. There's a role for central office, but the bigger the district gets, probably the less so because, I mean, a smaller district, you know the central office people because, you know, I was in a school system with 9 people, so I could be in the schools, but I don't want to inflate, you know, my role. My role was to describe the problem, to resource the provisions, you know, make sure the communication was taking place, hold principals accountable for meaningful goals. But it's the principal that had to rally their faculty around a set of goals for that school. So in Massachusetts, and maybe you do the same thing in your state, schools have to have an annual plan, each school, a school improvement plan. And part of that plan would include the topic that we're talking about. And if the teachers feel they were involved in the development of the plan and they think it's a realistic plan and they know what they're expected to do and they know when they're going to be given time to learn about things and supported, pretty quickly, teachers begin to feel really good because they begin to see results. I mean, it's the results itself that gets people to want to come back and say, well, let's do another one. But it's a slow process. And so leadership really does matter. I mean, if you have a school that has a mediocre or a marginal principal, this will be difficult in that particular school. And so what I would say to the superintendent is, look, let's work. I always want to start with the people who are willing and who are likely to make success in the beginning, because in a school district, you don't work on every single school at the very beginning. You work with the willing and the leaders, and you get success from those principals in those schools, and then you share the results from those schools with the other schools, and it begins to change the organization. You know, and so that's sort of the process where the innovation process, it starts with a small number of people and eventually spreads through an organization. Yeah. But the principal is critical.
Thank you. Dr. Michael?
Just want to lift for us how many parallels we see from this conversation to our learning from Salem Avenue earlier. And there are so many parallels around leadership and school improvement. And I'd also lift that maybe are underemphasized in the blueprint. And so as we think about school improvement and that work moving forward, we've got to figure out how to translate outcomes and be thinking about things that may be needed in addition to see this kind of school improvement, you know, across our state.
I would agree with you. I'd be just curious to see what level of investment or are we making in our leaders. And some of the places I've been, preparation for senior leadership, they took us offline for a year. They sent us to specialized training. They provided real executive coaching for 2 years. I mean, they put a lot of effort into and made a significant investment. And I think you probably saw it too, Ms. Morrow, in the Air Force. There was an investment in the leadership. They made an investment because they realized that you can't get there if the leaders aren't empowered and provided with the tools to lead. Okay.
Any other questions?
This is very good.
The only thing I would stress is this is an affluent district that could have rested on its laurels for not closing the achievement gap, and closed the achievement gap and narrowed it for all kids and brought all boats. And then Harvard called them out for not narrowing it down at advanced levels. In terms of district size, we have 7 districts that are comparable in terms of size. We have 2 that are less than that size. And then we go, if you add 14,000, you have 11 of our 24 are within that range in terms of size and the number of people, right? And we have districts that hardly serve any Tier 5 students like Salem does, that have a disgusting achievement gap of 40 points for decades. And we are about to put in billions of dollars in education that are comparable to that. This can be done. We can all do it. It's not going to be done overnight. He was there 10 years, and he said what happened after he left, right? So, I wanted to give a different example today. I didn't want to just share about a high poverty system. I wanted to share that's why I wish Sean was here, because he always talks about that. What about the high performing kids? Well, here's Paul Ash showing you that they need to also learn too, along with your kids who were behind. And you also saw, right, their special education kids were thriving. And, over-identification is not to shut down the conversation on special education, but it is to not use special education as an excuse for ineffective instruction, right? 50% of their black students from Boston were being placed in special education by them in the early grades, right? And they did something about that, right? And did something about serving their special education students and kept them with them rather than placing them in non-public schools. So just something different today, that's all.
Dr. Ash, thank you very much. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for what you did there in Massachusetts. And again, thank you for spending time with us to show us, in effect, sort of the art of the possible. There are things that can be done. And again, thank you so much for taking time to be with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks, Paul. All right. Thank you. We have Comar items.
Yeah, let's do those. So the first one is Comar 13A0514, Adult High School Pilot Program. Adoption.
I'll have Mary give you the who, what, where, and why about this, and then I'll have Dr. Cook do the second one.
Good afternoon. Yes, I bring before you Comar 13A.05.14, which is Adult High School Pilot Program. This regulation came before you actually in December, and it was brought in request for permission to publish. This is an opportunity, and it started through legislation in 2017 to create pilots for adult education programs, adult schools, so that adults could get their high school diplomas. There are almost 10% of individuals in Maryland who do not have their high school diploma, and it is an impediment against getting a job and earning more money in addition. So this is a pilot. It is in the South Baltimore Adult School in Cherry Hill, sponsored by Elevate. It is existing now, and there's a second one which is going to be called Goodwill Industries, or it's sponsored through Goodwill Industries, that is opening in the fall to offer to the students. The one in the fall is looking to enroll 150 students. What you saw before you is a whole new regulation. So this is frequently I bring before you amendments to regs. This is a whole new reg. We did post it in the Maryland Register from February 24th to March 27th. We received no comments, and so therefore we bring to you this regulation requests adoption of COMAR 13A.05.14, Adult High School Pilot Program. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First round, it would be questions of clarification. Are there any questions of clarification on the regulation? Hearing no questions. I'm sorry, General Sumter.
I believe we had that group come in and do a presentation
Yes,
last
validate.
fall.
Mhm.
I was
Validate
very
did.
much impressed with that.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, seeing no further question or clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The superintendent is requesting permission to adopt regulation COMAR 13A0514, Adult High School Pilot Program. Floor is now open for a motion. So it's Senator Bates and then seconded by Mr. DeShiel. The floor is now open for discussion on the motion. Hearing no discussion on the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
We have everyone. It's unanimous. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one we have is COMAR 13. I think this is a group of them, right?
Yes, but all the same matter, but we have to touch several COMAR in order to update it.
Okay. So it's
So if you
13A.
got to say all those
15
numbers.
Yeah. Just for the record, 13A 150202, family child care registration application maintenance. Do you want to deal with each one separately, or how do you want to do this, Mr.
Council,
Superintendent?
is there a way to do a motion that gets them all, or do we have to do them separately?
Okay, so if it makes sense to address all of them at one time, that's good. So the next one would be 13A 160202, Child Care Centers License Application and Maintenance. COMAR 13A 170202, Child Care Letters of Compliance Application and Maintenance. And the last one is COMAR 13A 180202, Large Family Child Care Homes Registration, Application, and Maintenance. These are requesting permission to publish these regulations.
Got it. I'll have Dr. Shana Cook. I don't think you guys have, maybe some of you have individually. She's our Assistant State Superintendent of the Division of Early Childhood.
We know that. We
Yeah,
met her
okay.
at one of the child care,
Okay, got
one
it.
of the,
at the what do you call it?
Eastern Shore, yes.
The gallery walks that Susan called
Yes.
me out for not attending one of them. But yes, you have met Dr. Cook. But to the public, Dr. Cook, this is the first time she's actually sitting here, right? But many presentations to come, and she's hit the ground running. And so I'll have her explain the COMAR item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent. The purpose of these amendments is to ensure that prospective early childhood providers who do not have a Social Security number but do have an individual taxpayer identification number are able to apply to become licensed or registered child care programs. The amendments need to be made across all 4 chapters of 13A because these are the 4 types of early care and education programs that the state licenses and registers. An individual taxpayer identification number is a tax processing number issued by the Internal Revenue Service to individuals who are required to have a U.S. taxpayer identification number, but who do not have and are not eligible to obtain a Social Security number from the Social Security Administration. MSDE is committed to ensuring all early care and education providers in the state have clear and accessible pathways towards becoming licensed or registered programs, especially those representing and serving historically underserved communities. Regulated and licensed programs ensure that children are safe and are in quality early care and education learning environments. To this end, MSDE met with early care and education stakeholder groups to discuss this requirement. Stakeholders shared examples of the difficulty prospective providers face in obtaining Social Security numbers to operate a licensed and regulated child care facility in Maryland. Through information sessions, the Office of Child Care Advisory Council meetings, and the State Early Childhood Advisory Council meetings, it was clear that the inability of people without a Social Security number to become a licensed or registered program was an equity issue. MSDE considered the feedback from its fact-finding conversations with stakeholders to draft language that supports the goal of increasing the number of licensed or registered early care and education programs. Therefore, MSDE, in consultation with its legal counsel, is proposing revisions and amendments to COMAR to eliminate the barrier posed by the Social Security number requirements. The regulation revisions are expected to bring more providers into licensed and regulated early care and education programs. The language states that child care license or registration applicants provide the Social Security number of the applicant, or if the applicant does not have one, the individual taxpayer identification number of the applicant. In conclusion, MSDE is committed to ensuring that all early care and education programs in the state have clear pathways toward becoming licensed or registered, especially those representing and serving historically underserved communities. MSDE's proposed revision to COMAR will help to eliminate barriers posed by Social Security number requirements and bring more providers into licensed and regulated early care and education programs.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Cook. Let's now open the floor for questions of clarification. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The superintendent is requesting that we permission to publish the, was it four?
Yes.
Four regulations. We have Senator Bates, seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion on the motion to publish. Seeing no discussion on the motion to publish, the floor is now open for a vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
So your goal was 2:50 closed session. It is 2:49.
We're a little over. Oh, no. It's good. I'm going to now read a statement that will allow us to go into executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 3 appeals, 2 draft orders, personnel matters. We will return in 2 hours. The floor is now open for a motion to allow us to adjourn to executive session. General Sumter, and seconded by Mr. DeShiel. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Okay, and no, so unanimous. So we will reconvene in about 2 hours. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for participating. Good afternoon. We're reconvening. Thank you very much. Members of the public, we are now reconvening. We have board member committee updates. The floor is now open for updates. Lori, Ms. Morrow.
I'll just mention, I was able to attend MSDE's literacy lab last week and just want to commend the department on the work that they have been doing. It was a great opportunity to be able to see all of the educators from, I think, 8 districts that were there last week. And so look forward to seeing those continued efforts.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. DeShiel.
The strategic planning subcommittee continues to meet, and we're pleased that our state superintendent is helping us lead that process. We're looking now, as you know, on phase 3 of our strategic plan, and progress is being made with each meeting. We appreciate everyone's input, and we'll be back to the entire board when the subcommittee has completed its work for your additional comments or questions. So it's just an update. Thank you.
Dr. Getty and I attended the AAEEBB convocation. That was, I think, last week. It was truly outstanding. We had 14 schools and about 450 boys and young men in attendance. It was, the speakers, the breakout sessions were excellent. I enjoyed most the opportunity to just talk to people offline. Got a chance to talk to a couple of parents who said that they have seen a tremendous change in their children. In one case, a little young, I think his 4th grader, was very reserved and very quiet. And now this has sort of brought him out and gotten him more involved, more engaged in school. And the other parent was also very complimentary. I also spent time with a high school principal. And she was saying the remarkable change that has taken place among the boys, but also how the impact has spread beyond just the 40-some boys that are in the school, but you're beginning to see that overall discipline issues, for example, are down. She reported academic achievement was up. The boys hold each other accountable. The boys have established their own voluntary study hall during lunchtime. They're challenging each other both academically and then also in terms of behavior and outlook. So, and she said that she can see that where it started was just that core group of young men has now started to impact the behavior and the overall performance of a large high school. So she was very, very complimentary. Dr. Green wanted me also to, again, thank General Sumter for allowing her to begin this initiative. And she wanted to just make sure that we thank General Sumter. She wanted to make sure we recognize and thank all of the MSDE folks. Your folks were outstanding in terms of the planning to the date, not just for the convocation, but just support and planning throughout the life of the initiative. So again, thank you very much. It was very inspiring. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. Fabulous. Okay. Any other reports out? Okay. All righty. Then the next thing that we have here is future board agenda items. So if you have agenda items, please feel free to let us know now or contact Zach or as we make our monthly calls. If there's anything that comes to mind now, please. Okay. All righty. And Mr. Dunklow will give us an update on the opinions.
Thank you, President Crawford. We have 3 opinions and 2 orders to announce. The first opinion is Christina Betley versus Queen Anne's County Board of Education. That's opinion number 23-09. This involved the local board's dismissal of an ethics panel complaint. The state board dismissed the appeal for lack of jurisdiction. The second opinion is Aaron Bowling versus Harford County Board of Education. That's opinion number 23-10. This involved the local board's denial of certain years of service for retiree health benefits. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. The third opinion is Melissa Powell versus Baltimore County Board of Education. That's opinion number 23-11. This involved the local superintendent's decision to not renew a social worker contract. The state board affirmed the local superintendent's decision. For the 2 orders, SF and KF versus Montgomery County Board of Education, that's order number 23-09. Appellants filed an appeal claiming bullying and harassment of a student. This appeal is dismissed because it's not ripe for review. In the order for Mr. and Mrs. Stephen L. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, that's order number 23-10. Appellants filed an appeal of the local board's decision denying a transfer request. This appeal is dismissed for untimeliness. That's all we have.
Thank you very much. Are there any suggestions for the good of the order? Except y'all just want to go home now, I guess. Okay, all righty. You know, I was thinking about this policy issue. I was going to ask this. No, I won't do that. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Ms. Thomas, seconded by Senator Bates. I anticipate no questions or discussion of that. Those in favor, please say aye. Please say aye. Aye. Okay. Thank you much, everyone. Thank you for your contributions and engagement.